beats music. Beats music. music. Dance music.
Is taking place in the Techno Campus. It is, something that goes along in a parallel manner. It's a shared philosophy with the consortium, this Techno Campus. It's a new factory of the city, so to speak. It's a 100% public investment, 52 million euro from the City Council of Mataró to build a factory that would substitute what had been our traditional way of making money in Mataró, which was a textile industry. I was telling you because the consortium has gone through different phases, and the Techno Campus itself are part of the will of the City Council of Mataró to be a pioneering city, to be the leader in changes that make it possible to face the future with certain guarantees. Let me tell you that in the future, we don't really imagine it not being sustainable. We always think in an environmental way, in the best possible way for the environment. So as I said today, we're going to invite you all to be part of this group of people. We have to weave alliances in order to make sure that we continue to fight against climate change and that we generate cultural and social changes, and also changes in everyday life that make it possible for us to protect the planet in a much more effective way. Truth be told, I think that in the documentary that we've just seen, there are a couple of moments. There's one when the psychologist talks, and she talks about despair and the fact that she's lost hope. And then when the entrepreneur speaks and says, well, you don't protect what you don't know. Well, listen, these are relevant statements to reflect together. The name of this conference is the Waste Revolution and Resource Revolution. And Well, we are truly convinced. We know that some people don't live this as a revolution, but rather like a dogmatic crusade of some persons that have entered their lives mysteriously and tell them, listen, what you have to do is this, this, and that. I think that some of the citizens who have different needs from others because of their position in the welfare state, some live in a more precarious manner. And we have to have this inequality clear as well, because and those of us part of the network have to also take this into account. I'm sure during these 2 days you're going to be reflecting and thinking about all this. What is very clear is that it is an absolute necessity. We can't really call a black swan what's coming to us, because we've been telling people about what's happening for a long, long time. But it was preaching in the desert and still is, because many people don't believe it yet. You do. You believe in what's happening. You want to weave alliances. You have the knowledge. You have the energy. You know about what's happening. So I'm sure that we will be able to find the way forward to make sure that everything is more efficient and more in favor of climate change. So from the consortium, believe me, we say thank you. Thank you all for being here. Because, as I said, it's part of our DNA. So you are not only managers, but all of us together are going to be contributing to change. And we saw it in the documentary. All this can happen on the basis of working as a network, as a group. This is the political will of the City Council as well, not only of the consortium. We want to become a reference, and this is why I mentioned circular economy, and this is the reason why the City Council of Mataró is giving its full support to this event, which is very important for us. And because of this, because we want to become a reference, and because we want to be a driving engine, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you all, and keep on with your good work. Do enjoy, and I'm sure we'll all learn very much from you. And I hope we shall have more events like this one in the future. And I close just sharing some personal thoughts with you. When in the documentary we saw that moment when they're picking up the plastic, I remember something my brother told me once. He said, listen, I wish my daughters can come to this place in 30 years' time and not see it the way it's now. Well, there's a way to understand it, isn't it? Sometimes it's not very clear. We don't really know what belongs to us and what doesn't. The planet does not belong to us. What belongs to us is the responsibility of taking care of the planet. So thank you for being part of this. We'll be here, we'll be seeing each other for 2 days. I'm the mayor, so I can't be here all the time, but I'll be coming. And for anything you may need, I'm here to help you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bote. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's such a pleasure, isn't it, to go back to being in the flesh after so many months and such a long time without being together, without sharing events in a physical manner. So I have to say that this conference is becoming a classic, and the reception has been fantastic. And this is a classic, but not only in the waste industry, but it involves more and more new activity industries. We have more than 800 inscriptions counting the 2 conference days. We have more than 100 online participants, and a huge number of speakers have come. This is just an incredible organizing feat. And, well, we hope that everything will work as it should and as we want it to. Let me say, if for any reason you've not seen it already in all the invitations, flyers and brochures, this is a conference organized with the Catalan Waste Agency and with the Provincial Authority of Barcelona. It has a collaboration of the Vallès Oriental Waste Management Consortium and the Waste Consortium as well. It's coordinated by the Forma Ambiental Tomàs organization that gave us the scientific assessment. This is a conference taking place in 3 languages. So we have participants coming mostly from Catalonia, but many from Spain and from countries abroad, Typically, the conferences will be spoken either in Catalan or English, and they will be translated simultaneously into English, Spanish, and Catalan. So, welcome all. And we hope that language is not a barrier, not at all. It's going to be something making us knit together. Let me say as well that outside in the foyer, you can visit the poster exhibition. There are posters about innovative solutions having to do with waste. They've been selected to participate in the Alfonso Maillo Award, and the awards will be given tomorrow. Let me say as well to all participants, you are invited to participate in a vote to select the best poster for the award, and this voting has to take place through an app. I'm sorry, I know that this is a lot of messages, but I mean, all this is organization. I hope that you could download everything, but I'd like to tell you just in case. The voting for the best poster is open till Wednesday at midday, and the awards will be given in the auditorium before the official closing of the conference. The app will also be the way to pose the questions that you might have for the speakers of the two-round panels that will take place in the auditorium. The future of resources from challenge to opportunity is today's round panel, and success cases in innovation and resources that will take place tomorrow. The third activity I'd like to mention is that Wednesday, after the official closing of the conference, you can visit the Maresme Waste Valuing Center and the Dissemination Center. It's a visit that includes catering as well and the travel. So there are limited vacancies, and you really have to put your name down if you're interested. Well, the intensity is huge. I don't know whether you're going to remember all the things I'm telling you right now, possibly not, but at 2:30, we will have the last side event on the Yarquera room, organized by Technocampus, about the financial supports for circular economy projects, and this also requires previous inscription. Finally, let me tell you, as you've seen, we are very fortunate in that we have the collaboration of something, the environmental festival, that has lent us 3 of the documentaries so that we can enjoy them during these 2 days. One of them we have just seen. We've just watched it, and the next will be we'll see this afternoon. There's a Basque professional surfer who learns to see the sea from a different standpoint and decides to actually make a documentary to share it with other people. And before we go on to the presentation of our inspiring speaker, let me tell you that the catering that we're going to be serving is prepared and served very carefully by the Apadis Foundation, a foundation that wants to improve the quality of life of persons with intellectual disabilities and their families by means of work inclusion. It's the case of our catering. So, with no further ado, thank you very much indeed. And we are going to introduce our first speaker, Leila. Come here, please. She insisted a lot in that we pronounce her surname well. Ajao? Yes? So thank you. Dr. Leila Ajarol is a communicator and an inspiring educator with a PhD in how to change the world through design. If there is something we need in this world today, is precisely a change. Leila challenges, she gets people to think in a different way about how the world works. Ha dicho. She's been awarded Champion of the Earth. She's an entrepreneur, and Leila developed a disruptive design method, and she designs experiences of brain activation, and she works on unique educational experiences that help people to make the status quo obsolete. Her TED Talk about sustainability has been seen more than 1 million times, and she directs presentations all over the world as to how to activate social and environmental changes that are positive through creative interventions. Leila is the founder of Young School of Disruptive Design and the project firm in Portugal.
I understood a good like 30% of what you just said.
Leila, thank you for being here.
I'm very happy to be here. It's beautiful here.
Yes, it is. And let's inspire us. We need the change.
Yes.
And we need to know how to do it.
And I need the clicker. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am very happy to be here, and I am sorry my Catalan is also non-existent. I can falar Portuguese, but no falar... Oh, I've got a lot of... Is that better? You good? Okay, let's go. Thankfully, we have 6 very talented translators to support you all. So if you can't understand a fast-speaking, excited Australian, I strongly recommend you get the earpieces, because otherwise the next 40 minutes of your life are going to be terrible. All right. So I am a designer and a sociologist, and I was named Champion of the Earth by the United Nations. And let me tell you, when I got that phone call, I was pretty shocked. I had to Google it to make sure it was actually a thing. And I received this award because of my work in advancing science and innovation for sustainability. I am absolutely obsessed with figuring out how we can design a future that works better than today. None of you want to hear me popping. There you go. So, how do we do that? Well, the thing that I think many people don't realize is that we live in an entirely human-designed world. Of course, nature is not designed by humans, but our entire experience as humans is by design. The chairs you're sitting in, the clothes you're wearing, the society that we are a part of, the houses we live in, the coffee you drank, all part of a very well-designed system, or so it seems. Because many of the systems we've created are creating the problems that we are all here today to try and solve, whether it be the waste crisis, climate crisis, deforestation. We know there are many environmental and social issues that have come about as a result of human decisions and choices. And so for me, as a human living alive today, we have the opportunity to design a better future, because the actions we take design the future. So if we're consumers, or if we're producers, or if we're policymakers, we are part of designing the world we live in. And I truly believe that because we designed ourselves into the problems, we can design ourselves out. Now, I'm sure many of you are aware that we live in a linear economy, an economy that is based on extracting raw materials, processing them into usable goods, and ultimately having a management system to deal with them at the end of life, many of which you are part of the industry of trying to figure out what to do with the millions and millions of different things that we've created in the world. Now, the problem with this system is it is, of course, linear, but it's also, unfortunately, based on waste. In order to keep going and extracting things and us having usable and disposable products regularly, we obviously need to create waste. And of the different types of waste management we've come up with in the last 100 years, many of them are about putting these materials back into nature. We dig big holes in the ground, we incinerate them, which never really makes it go away. Of course, we can find ways of biodigesting. And these solutions are not inherently bad, but they definitely have unintended consequences associated with them. Because we live on a finite planet, the problem with waste and not recapturing the end-of-life materials in a way that is more holistic and sustainable, it means that we are essentially plundering the future. And I know that sounds quite dramatic, but there's a huge issue in sustainability around intergenerational equity, meaning the decisions we make today are taking away from the ability of future generations to have the same, if not better, quality of life than us. And that's why all the young people are getting very annoyed at the moment, because they're really scared of their future. Not just because of climate change, but because they can see that they're going to inherit the legacy of bad decisions. But the good news is that we are in a unique position now with the knowledge, technology, and skills to redesign these problems. Because since we created the modern economy, which really was a byproduct of the Second World War, we've constructed a lot of externalities to the system. Externalities, I'm sure many of you are aware, are the unintended side effects of any activity. So the current economy has a lot of negative externalities, pollution, waste, anything that is not accounted for in the current economic system. So we don't value nature. We don't actually have any metric to know what losses come about as a result of cutting a forest down or releasing carbon into the atmosphere. And because of that, it means that we don't value the natural systems around us. And the really kind of annoying thing about externalities is that by their very nature, they become someone else's problem. So if you go and buy something, let's say you go and buy a new piece of technology and it breaks, then you're the one who is responsible to deal with that. Maybe you have a warranty, but let's be honest, it's kind of designed so that you'll probably just replace it with something new because it's too inconvenient to go and get it fixed or repaired. So someone's bad decision becomes someone else's problem. And when we look at the big system of what we're trying to solve here, this is really the issue, is that we're just moving problems around the planet. Whether it be the exportation of waste to emerging economies for processing, and whilst I'm sure here you guys have got a lot of effective waste management policies in place, we know that electronic waste, toxic waste is often exported internationally. So we're trying to figure out how to address this issue when we're also competing with the human desires, which we all have, for nice, shiny, new, easy to use, clean. All of the everyday necessities that help make our lives wonderful are brought about by an incredible material world filled with designed goods and services. Let's just take one example. Who had coffee already this morning? Those of you who didn't put your arm up, I feel sorry for you, probably not functioning very well right now. So the rest of us, we're caffeinated, great. And we all know that, you know, the coffee industry is one of the biggest, it's around the third biggest industry in the world. But let's just look at the receptacles. So of course, you have a few options. You've made it at home, you've got your ceramic cup, or you've grabbed it from a paper or a biodegradable cup. Or if you're in America, you often have these plastic ones, right? So you've got three options. Now, if we look at this from a sustainability perspective, most people will assume that the paper cup, or of course the reusable cup, is the better option. But really it's complicated. This is the reality. The environmental impact of each of these products is determined based on several factors. It's not just the material choice, it's the materials in the system. So the functionality, how long it is used for, under what conditions, how it is washed if it's reused, and ultimately what the end-of-life options are for that product. Because certain times, the plastic one, and if it's infinitely recycled in a really good system, may be better than the reusable one. And this is why it's so complicated for us to often make good policy decisions around this. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't figure it out. And that's one of the great things, is we have the science and the information now to address how to change the way we produce and consume goods and services so we can meet human needs in sustainable and even regenerative ways. So how do we do this? Does anyone know? Because a lot of the time sustainability is all about taking things away or making us feel bad about the impending doom of climate change. And hopefully I can instill you with the inspiration to see that sustainability is really about redesigning everything, which is an opportunity. That's the reality. It's about innovation. It's about figuring out how to solve the complexities that are in front of us. Like, climate change is one of the most important issues right now, but so is deforestation, so is some of the other environmental issues, and historically humans have come together to address major environmental issues. And so I hope next week we get some good outcomes. But even if we don't, there's still hope for us to figure this out. I truly believe it. But the issue with climate change is carbon is embedded in everything we do, which makes it hard for us to decouple the environmental impacts of many of the goods and services. So if we look at plastic water bottles, every single minute of every single day, 1 million plastic water bottles are used, which is a phenomenal amount, right? And the thing is that you or I, using a plastic water bottle, why do we do it? Why do you use a disposable single-use water bottle? Because you need water. There is a very clear functional issue here. You need to be able to carry liquid around with you. It's the same with a coffee cup. The functionality is not at all our problem. Our problem as a consumer, as a user, is we just need the function. Whose problem is designing the solution to delivering that function? It's the producers, it's the industry. And the plastics industry has a huge opportunity where it could redesign the way it delivers value into the economy to not sell single-use products and make it the responsibility of Coke or whatever else, but to actually deliver the service of portable drinking water in a reusable way, right? That's really the solution that they have to figure out, because the plastic itself isn't the problem. It's how it's embedded in the materials. And it's the fact that we've designed disposability into most things. So what do these three products have in common? We've got tea bags, dryer lint, and car tires. Does anyone know? None of you. Or you're all too scared to say. Or the translators haven't caught up yet. Ah, they have. You all understand me, I can tell. All right, I'll tell you. But the next one you have to answer. Especially those of you who've had coffee. Okay, so these are all contributing to microplastics. Microplastics, as we know, are very tiny filaments. Of course, we also know the beauty industry, and there are many industries that are contributing to it. But the thing about microplastics, I was so surprised to learn about the car tires. But of course, it makes complete sense because they go bald, right? So obviously, they're slowly degrading over time. And the tea bags is really traumatizing because there's some very fancy companies who are now just using these plastic tea bags, which you literally pour boiling water on, which then you eat, drink, and then where does it end up? Well, unfortunately, a lot of microplastics end up in sea salt, which means that we put microplastics on our food every day, which then means, unfortunately, we poop it out, which some scientists have recently discovered on what is obviously riveting research that they've been doing. But ultimately, this shows us that we are all part of an interconnected system, and the decisions made by other people affect us literally internally. So here we have these challenges. And one of the big issues I see at play here is that we have normalized waste in all its forms. That the idea of disposability has become not a luxury, but a necessity, which is wrong. Because basically, this is from the 1950s to recently, and it's gone even further. The rate of use of disposable plastics is just one of the materials. I mean, we also have paper, we have composite, we have all sorts of disposable products that have exponential growth. And according to a recent report, the plastics industry is going to spend $400 billion on building new processing plants and $2 billion on reducing plastic waste. So that's going to create a huge problem for you guys, right? Because we live in a globalized economy, and even if you create really good policies and legislation for Catalan, ultimately you're going to have tourists coming in and people, and it's just without a systems-wide solution, we ultimately just keep moving the problem around and we don't get to the outcome that we want. And then what about us poor consumers? Who here recycles? Okay, the rest of you I'm worried about. What happened to your arms? I'm assuming most of you do. Well, one of the issues that I've been quite obsessed with lately is this idea of wish cycling. This is a term that's come out of the US because the recycling industry there were like, what is going on, everybody? Suddenly, plastics recyclers we're getting things like Christmas lights and bowling balls and all sorts of the lights, like these LED lights. And they're like, what is going on? And they started to understand that this aspirational recycling, people want to do the right thing. They've been told for a couple decades, you have to recycle, and if you don't recycle, you're a bad person. And so they go, oh, it must be recyclable by now. And they put it in, it gets taken to the processing plant. And then who bears the cost of that? Who pays for the person to pick out the unrecyclable and then put it in the other system and then pay for that landfilling or incineration? Well, the processor does, but ultimately we pay for it because we pay for waste, right? We get taxed. And so this system is like a big scam, I'm sorry. But it's so unfair because as consumers, we're told, do the right thing, recycle, and everything will be okay. And so then we try to do the right thing, but then at the end, it all comes back and it affects us. And for those of you who work in the industry, you're also probably spending a large percentage of your time trying to deal with this aspirational recycling, right? No? Yes? It's a big issue. And because we want things, I genuinely want all the plastic packaging to be recyclable. But recently I did a little synopsis of my home kitchen cupboards. And of course, like I work in sustainability, I'm pretty obsessed with this, but I still eat pasta. And so I went to like my organic, handmade pasta packet, and I found on the back, you know, the little chasing arrows, the recycling symbol. And of course, inside it, it says, "Not yet recyclable." But of course, it's tiny, and I only see the arrows. And so for a long time, I'd been putting in the recycling, and I was like, oh! This is the reality. And then the problem is that once we learn these things, then what do we do? Then you have a lot of cynicism and people becoming jaded about this system. So for me, this is a design problem. And with all of you who work in the industry who are spending your time trying to solve this, it's kind of unfair that there are people who are producing these products and the legislation that enables or disables a company to even put those recycling symbols on it. Did you know that, of course you all know this, you work in the industry, but there's no legislation around who can use the international recycling symbol. California just passed a law a month ago to make it illegal for a non-recyclable product to have the chasing arrows on it. It's 2021. So I feel like we still have a lot of work. But this is the whole thing. It's a full system solution that we need. And of course, we can design great end-of-life management. But unless we have the producers on board creating circular systems, then we're always going to be iterating at the edge. And unfortunately, we're always going to have things like wish cycling and behavioral issues that don't necessarily get us to the outcome we want, which should be a society that doesn't have waste in it. So this is the proposition of the circular economy. We live on a single planet with a certain amount of resources, but that unless you're putting stuff in space, there is no way. Jeff Bezos is probably going to start a waste management company in space soon, I don't know. Oh, please don't. I would be really upset. But this is the other thing, like, we invented waste. Not you or me, maybe. Maybe you did, I don't know. I don't know what your life has involved, but we have really invented waste as a species. Whereas nature, on the other hand, no such thing as waste, right? Every single thing in nature is designed to regenerate. Every plant that biodegrades, its building blocks go back into the system. There isn't any part of nature that cannot be utilized as an input for another part of the system. So the very concept of bioaccumulation, biomitigation, is mimicking the reality of the world we live in, which is that everything is designed to break down and be reused, which is actually one of the problems with microplastics, because nature's all like, what's this thing? And tries to use this building block, but unfortunately it can't be biometabolized by our bodies or by the bodies of many other living things, although there are some studies now in science coming up with certain bacterias that can eat through and process bioplastics, but I don't know if you saw the number of tons we use every year. I think it's going to be a lot of microorganisms to break through it all. So in nature, values are cycled infinitely, and everything has an opportunity to create something new. And if we think about the transition to the circular economy, what we're trying to do is to, yes, extract materials, process them, create usable goods, all have our delightful morning coffee. But the key thing here is what happens at the end of life, whether it's metabolized by nature or whether it's taken back into a technical system. Who decides that? Realistically, it has to be decided by the person or the people who create the product to begin with. So this is where this collaboration has to happen, because I don't think we're going to solve the waste problem or climate change if we don't have industry-wide realization and design innovation. So let's break this down a little bit more. So the circular economy proposes the cycling of materials infinitely through a closed-loop system, describing two types of metabolism flows. a biological metabolism and a technical metabolism. In the biological nutrients, it's the materials that can be naturally absorbed into nature in benign ways. This is made out of paper, I just noticed, very nice. So as long as this is not a plastic coating, and these are vegetable-based inks, we could have some composting system that would easily biometabolize this. And if we used a biodigester or some sort of technical solution, we could capture the methane, reduce fossil fuel use, create a byproduct that could be used in agriculture. That's a beautiful biological system. In fact, one of the key and immediate solutions to climate change is to get organic waste out of landfill. I was happy to read that here in Catalan you already have biodigesters, is that correct? People are good. How good are people at separating their... This lady's like, why can't we get them to wish cycle their apples? That was funny. No? No. I'm going to work on you all. Okay, so basically we have this idea of the biological system. It's one of the most efficient and effective ways of eliminating waste that is not useful and putting it back into cycles of use. And for me, I love the solution of a biodigester because it just mimics like our stomachs in a really efficient way. And also then, of course, reduces our reliance on fossil fuels because we can use methane as a power alternative. But one of the issues we have with the biological flow is that we are working within extremely complex systems. So humans also need to design within those complex systems. So I know that biological-based materials are a great potential. But I wanted to, for those of you who are not familiar with this, just break it down a little bit because I think there's a lot of confusion, again, that happens with regards to what the terms mean. So obviously, if something's compostable, it should be that if you dropped it on the side of the road, the natural biodegradation process, microorganisms would come along and eat it, and within a desirable period of time, it would be metabolized back into nature. You wouldn't see it, right? Or you could put it in your home compost. But then we have biodegradable, which can only go through a industrial process, and then, of course, degradable, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be biometabolized, because you could have a plastic bag that has degradable polymers in it that mean the plastic just degrades over time into smaller and smaller pieces. So it's not ideal. And so, again, any of these solutions are only beneficial if the system is designed so that they are metabolized, and also so that the everyday human, the consumer, the user, the customer, whatever we want, the citizen, knows what the hell to do with it. Right? That's one of the big issues. And when we have a lot of misinformation. That's the reality. We have a lot of people wanting to do the right thing, but being confused by the terms and the processes. So we also need to streamline how we communicate actions to people. But I think that there's a huge opportunity in this idea of working within the metabolisms of nature, right? So biological materials. Now, then of course we have all of our, I'm just going to get my phone, don't know which pocket's in, technology. Okay, so then we have the technical stream. So in the technical stream, what we have to do is we have to understand that when we create complex technical products, whether it be a Tetra Pak or whether it be a cell phone, that we have to understand how it's going to be managed and then design it to either be easily disassemblable and recaptured at the end of life. Right now, most technology is designed to lock the consumer out of repair, which makes it financially unviable to take the product apart and take out all those valuable goodies. Over 65 different materials exist inside this piece of technology, many of which that have come from countries where, you know, there's questionable political motivations in the extraction of the rare earth minerals, not to mention the amount of gold locked up in these fancy fandangle thingies. But they're not designed in a way that makes it easy or cost-effective for anyone to take them apart. And so then we have issues with the fact that a lot of electronic waste is shipped or trafficked overseas. The number is actually unknown, but we know that there is a huge black market for electronic waste, and that often the people who end up processing are e-waste, electronic waste, are people in countries where they don't have any other options for employment, and you have a lot of unregulated processing of pretty toxic and dangerous materials. So for me, the issue here, and even though the European Union has the WEEE Directive, I'm sure we're all familiar with the fact that the WEEE Directive doesn't actually incentivize the producers to create the system to make the products disassemblable, which was the whole idea of the WEEE Directive, right? It was, and the Eco-Design Directive. For those of you who have spent the last 2 decades nerding out on international policy around this stuff, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There was lots of additions to the legislation to ensure that the third-party selling of electronic waste doesn't continue to happen, but we haven't actually solved the problem yet. So e-waste is a huge issue. What do you do with your e-waste here? Do you have localized recycling facilities? You do. Are they cost effective? I mean, do you crush them? Are they going through the crushers? Or do you have hand separators, crushers? Usually the cell phones have to because they're not, because it would take you 4 hours to get inside them. And then when you're crushing them, you still have that aggregate, right, that you have to figure out what to do with. And that aggregate is another loss from the system. Had they been designed better, or had the company took responsibility for them, then we would have a different outcome, right? So with all of this change that we need to have, we also need to be careful of what happens when companies get excited about this and they start to talk about how green or biodegradable or compostable or disassemblable their products are, and ultimately sing the success of their products well before they've actually made the solutions, right? So greenwashing, we know, is a big issue, meaning that companies invest more money in the marketing of the green credentials than they do in the technology to ensure the products are actually green. And in my experience, I work with some of the world's biggest companies, and in my experience, most organizations do this accidentally. Really, it comes from a good place, but they often don't have the technical skills to really know if the decision that they've made is good. They're actually basing their decision on a lot of the same myths that we've all been told, right? That if it's paper, it's good, if it's plastic, it's bad. And this is where stuff like life cycle thinking and life cycle assessment helps us. It's not the most robust solution, but what life cycle thinking does is it gives us a tool to understand the whole of life environmental impacts of a material or product as it moves through the economy. So life cycle thinking is the tool we use based off life cycle assessment, which is an ISO certified methodology for understanding how things move through the economy, from the extraction of raw materials through the different life cycle stages all the way to end of life. And what we try to do in life cycle thinking is understand inputs and outputs across multiple impact categories. So not just carbon footprint or deforestation, but all of the different impacts. So we know that, for example, do you remember acid rain? Do you guys remember that? Who's old enough to remember the acid rain problem? Thank you. So acid rain was a huge environmental issue which had to do with nitrogen being released into the atmosphere. And we know actually nitrogen-based fertilizers for the agricultural sector are a huge contributor to climate change right now. Another easy win. Basically, a lot of the easy wins in climate change are in food. and also actually in getting organic waste out of landfill. But anyway, so the process of life cycle thinking is going from this kind of myopic, one-dimensional view of the problem, the linear mindset, to this more expanded view of like, how do things move through the economy? Where are the points of intervention that we can design the solutions, and how do we optimize for that circular and sustainable outcome? And this leads to the really important thing, which is full supply chain management. So you guys are at the end of the supply chain, but you're really just dealing with the legacy of bad decisions that have happened all the way along the rest of it, right? And that's the really unfortunate thing, is that there are so many opportunities to design better solutions that meet our needs, that increase the quality of our life, that increase our longevity on this planet. We can do it. We can. It's just about whether or not we have the people within the companies, within the policy decision-making frameworks to ensure that we get there, and we get there fast. And that requires full supply chain collaboration, which historically has not always been, like I've worked with companies where they actually don't even know their supply chain. And it's quite surprising, actually, how limited the knowledge is about where things come from and where their potential impacts are. But I do truly believe that every problem holds its own solution. And so in our unsustainable linear system lies the opportunity for us to redesign everything, to redesign the products and services so that we design waste out, so that you guys are not waste management, but you're working in the cycling of resources and increasing value in our economy. Because right now we've designed, optimized, and encouraged, maybe not all you guys, but this is just the reality of our system, disposability. It's become an addictive part of our economy. And we're so used to it that we don't question how it is that we can continue to exploit and extract natural resources at an unprecedented rate. And this is all by design. And because of that, when we rely on recycling, we validate the production of waste. And this, to me, is the most painful reality, as somebody who's deeply passionate about sustainability, is that recycling makes it cognitively and psychologically okay to use disposable products and produce waste. And for me, this is the worst thing, because it's like putting a Band-Aid on like a leg that's been severed. It doesn't solve the problem. And we kind of continue to perpetuate these myths and misconceptions that this very small, good idea, if done the right way, would be really beneficial, but it doesn't actually fix the scale of the problem. And we have all these old ideas about what it means to do sustainability or care about the planet. And I personally hate it when someone says, we have to save the planet. I'm like, no, we're saving ourselves. Truly, the planet is completely fine without us. And we have these ideas that it's the hippies or the activists. You all have to breathe. Who has kids? Well, you obviously had hope for something better for them because you had the little humans. So those little humans are going to actually inherit a bunch of bad ideas unless we disrupt them, unless we change what it means to do the right thing by the planet and to ensure a sustainable and long future for ourselves. And the new myths that we have, that just because it's biodegradable, compostable, reusable, recyclable, any of these terms, without having fully redesigned the system is okay, means that we keep creating tomorrow's problems with today's solutions. And so my challenge to you and anybody else who really genuinely cares about this is that we have to be problem lovers of the issues that we face so deeply that we don't go, oh, well, it's just a simple thing we can solve. It's complicated, and we need to be okay with that complication. This is where systems thinking as a framework dramatically helps us understand how and where we can each make change within the system that we work within. Because we do all have the potential to make a positive impact on the planet. I know that to be true. And so with this, we can avoid what we call shifting the burden, right? Like that e-waste crisis, that's shifting the burden. The companies who produce non-recyclable products, they're shifting their economic benefit onto you guys who have to figure out how to deal with it at the end of life. And then onto us as customers who pay for the management of that system. And a lot of the time, it's as simple as that we have been taught to follow the wrong path or seek the wrong goal. What we need to do is redesign the entire system so that disposability is designed out, that value is designed in. That doesn't mean you're all going to be out of a job, I promise. There'll still need to be processes of managing the end of life of our materials. But instead of accepting that we're just going to have a significant amount of waste, like only 9% of any plastic ever produced has ever been recycled, we know that the majority of most of our material, you guys are probably doing pretty well. Actually, I looked at the European stats, and Spain is doing quite well. You are, compared to a lot of other countries. But you don't just live in isolation, right? This is a global issue that affects all of us. So one of the solutions that is available to us in the circular economy is called a product service system model. And what that means is that instead of selling a product into the market, into the linear economy, producers design the whole life and they sell a designed service. So back to the water bottle or the coffee cup. We want the functionality of carrying liquid around. That's the service. And so the company, rather than just producing the plastic bottle or the disposable cup, creates the full system that then you either subscribe to or somebody else if they're providing you coffee, would subscribe to. And then using technology and a lot of the systems that we have already developed, we can manage assets that are reusable, right? So think about coffee cups. You can manage them by having RFID tags or different systems so that ultimately these assets can be rewashed, reused, and redeployed in a citywide context, in a campus, in any hospitality context, right? So we can manage assets and we can figure out how to take them back, reuse them. And the thing is there's so much opportunity economically in this because basically you have all of the job opportunities of those service provisions, and you are also reducing the cost of having to landfill or incinerate the materials that we have currently through our linear economy. So there's so much opportunity for economic growth and innovation in sustainability if done with a full systems perspective. But really the big issue here is the cultural shifts, because this is about us thinking differently about the problem. It's about overcoming this idea that we can continue to exploit nature for our own benefit and realizing we need to transform the entire economy. And to do that, we need to redefine what we value. Right now, we do not value nature. We might think we do, but we don't. The economy has no economic mechanism to assess the benefits or losses of any activities humans do on this planet towards the natural systems that sustain life on Earth. I'm sorry to the translators. Sorry. I told them I'd give some breaks. So let's give it, catch up. Right. So the way I see it is that we have, this is that circular economy model, biological technical systems, and over the top of that is a value system. And that requires us to really perceive the world differently and come up with the innovations. So some of these are internalizing the full system losses, so those externalities I mentioned at the beginning, designing them into the system. Having end-to-end integrated systems, not being able to produce singular, linear, disposable products, but being encouraged and mandated to create circular and sustainable products. It's called product stewardship or extended producer responsibility. Owning the supply chain, knowing how and when, if you're a massive company, you have the power and influence to change the way an entire supply chain works. And on that, here's the big issue. So I'm a sociologist as well as a designer, so I've spent a lot of time being deeply fascinated by the complexity of the human mind. It's complex. And one of the things we have is these things called cognitive biases, which are all of these brain glitches. We all have them. No one is immune to them. There's hundreds of them. And what they are is it's like this pre-programmed decision-making. In fact, cognitive scientists think that humans only use 11 to 12% of the front of their brain to make decisions. Most of our decision-making is done, in the pre-programmed bit. Otherwise, life would be very complicated. And the problem with that is it means we have confirmation bias, which means when we see people doing things, we reinforce it. It means that we have a predisposition as humans to follow the status quo, so it requires a lot of energy to overcome that. It means that when we see something negative, we focus on that more than the positive, which is why it's really difficult at the moment with climate change and all of the issues. We get very fatigued. People start to get very emotionally drained. So I see lots of heads nodding, right? It's your brain. Your brain is messing with you, I'm sorry. We hate losing things, so when somebody says, oh, you need to stop doing something, humans get like, I'm not doing that. And so all of these things mean that we need to disrupt the way we produce everyday things, challenge the social norms, and ultimately get to a point where, because we've designed ourselves in, we can design ourselves out, and follow our friend Mr. Einstein, who said, we can't solve the problems with the same thinking that got us there, so we need to redesign our brains first, and then we can redesign everything else. So thank you so much for your time today. You want to ask me questions? you want me to sit? Do you want me to sit here? Okay. How did the translators do? Good? Sure.
To give you the interpreters some rest, we're going to change languages now. And also those of you that have been following Leila's presentation as fast as it actually was.
Just okay, ask me in Spanish. I have no idea what I'm going to say in response.
No pregunta en Leila is inviting us to change the way we think, to redesign our brains. And we know the problem very well. We have some instruments for resolving that. But what is hardest for us is going from the starting block to the destination.
Yes? Where we are currently? Yes. Yes.
This way, but the problem is the transition. So we have no time to talk about transitions. It's really hard to talk about
but
it.
There's lots of it happening already.
Okay, but let me ask just very, very fast for two examples of countries or companies or even governments, no, that we should look at, no, for taking note or for understand or
two examples.
Something. Just 2 minutes.
So basically, there isn't anyone who's like amazing. There's lots of companies and organizations and locations doing great things working towards it because we're still figuring it out. We are in a transition phase, which means there's lots of opportunities. So a couple of examples is there is this loop system, which is a partnership between Unilever and TerraCycle from the US. It's now being rolled out across Europe. And it's basically a partnership with the producers, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, Heinz baked beans, whatever, and that they come in reusable packaging. The customer subscribes to the service. It shows up in the reusable packaging. They use it, they put it back, and they get the system, so you reduce the single-use elements to it. That's one example. You have like the companies like IKEA who are now experimenting with buying back their products at the end of life and then reselling them. I think that they should start leasing systems because a lot of the time their products, a lot of people are buying them in transitionary phases in their life and they only need them for a certain period of time. And as far as like countries, I mean, well, Germany's been very good at this for a long time. They've had the packaging ordinance, which was a legislation put in the 90s, which means that all of their single-use packaging is reusable, the beer, the glass, and there's a container deposit, so there's a fee. But they have these like sexy machines in the supermarkets that you put your stuff in and then it spits out, it truly spits out a reward of money that you then use to reduce your shopping bill. And so these kinds of systems, whilst in, if you look at them, and other countries have tried to do those systems, but then again, without the cultural normalization, it doesn't work as well. And in Germany, actually Norway even, they have similar systems now. On the bins, they have like a little holder to put the beer bottles so that, because you also then have secondary markets where people who don't have a job, they take them and they get the money. So instead of someone putting it in, they can just leave it there for the person. Very cute. So there's lots of little things that are happening, but I guess, and these are all great examples, but really what we need to do is be inspired by all of them and keep pushing forward. And look, some of the experiments we do won't end up getting us to the outcome, but it's better to try and fail than it is to not try at all.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure, my pleasure. I'll be here for the coffee break.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well. We now will proceed to our coffee break, but before inviting you to the coffee break, I would like to remind you that together with the coffee break, for whoever doesn't want to relax their intellectual capacity, there will be two events taking place during the coffee break. One in the corner foyer, which will talk about the bioenergy, the bioenergy system, and the other will be in the La Arquera room that will talk about the recycling system that Ecoembes is working on, a new action. So I ask you to please come back to this room, to the auditorium at 11:15, and remember that the presentation is also available if someone wants to go out and smoke a cigarette, they'll be able to see the machinery that's on exhibit out there. Thank you very much.
Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. Beats music.
Good morning and welcome to you all. Welcome. This debate panel, our first debate panel, well, that we'll have after this initial introductory session, a very interesting keynote speech. This is a very interesting roundtable made up of three very important players in the moment in which we find ourselves. Because it finances, another because it has the power to change or to reorient things. And in the first case, because he's a great person of inspiration. We have three people. I don't know if we're going to connect with Anders Wittmann. And in the first case, we are going to because for health reasons he was not able to join us today. And so what we're going to be dealing with today has to do with how we can turn the challenge of going from waste to resources into an opportunity. And we have three parts of the formula, key parts that can accompany us for this reflection. First of all, can we connect with Mr. Anders Wittmann? Sí, estoy aquí.
Oye bien.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
So welcome.
Ahora sí que oigo.
Yes.
Now I hear.
Yes, I am well, and you? Yes, well?
I'm pretty well. That's why I couldn't travel to Barcelona.
Okay, thank you. It's a pity, really, that you can be here. But anyway, we thanks really very much you to be here with us, no, even by by digital system, no. So welcome, Anders. Let me introduce you, no, in our language for the audience, no, to understand who are you. Anders. Es un formador de opinión.
Anders is an opinion maker. He's Swedish. He's been co-president together with Professor Ernst von Weizsäcker from the Rome Club. In 2017, he was became part of Climate Kick, a very important institution in the European Union for creating a society with low emissions. And he is a member of the International Panel of Resources, IRP, an expert panel created to find and share information for improving our resources throughout the world. Anders is also the president of the Association of Recycling Industries of Sweden, Circular Sweden, and he is a member of the board of SDI, which is International Development Organization, and from the Royal Academy of his country, and also part of World Future Policy. He has a great deal of experience in using natural resources and limiting the environmental impact of economic growth. In this session, Anders will speak to us of how the revolution of resources will create a better future. Anders.
Okay, thank you very much for this kind introduction. And as I said, I'm very sorry I couldn't join you today in person. That would have been, of course, much better. The talk I will present today is really about one of the most important challenges facing us as mankind. It's the increasing material consumption, resulting in increasing pressure on vital ecosystems and contributing increasingly to carbon emissions and climate change. In climate discussions so far, we have focused a lot on the energy system for good reasons, because 80% or more of our energy system is based on fossil fuels. But the other side of the coin is material use. And it's also contributing a lot to climate change and also to the loss of biodiversity and ecosystems. So in order to avoid destroying our life-supporting systems, and that is the planetary system, we really need to change radically the way we use resources. This first slide, on the left hand, you see the rapid increase over the last 50 years in demand for almost every type of resource. Energy, water, transport, leading to a lot of emissions, of course. It also demonstrates that population have continued to grow. When I was born, we were 2 billion people. Some years from now, we will be 8 billion people. So there is an increasing pressure on ecosystems, and that you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, portraying that everything from carbon emissions to nitrogen emissions to catch of fish to different types of pollution is increasing, like hockey sticks. And of course, this cannot continue to go on decade after decade. There's another way of describing it, how much resources we can use without eating into the future. And as you can see, ever since the 1970s, we have been starting to eat into the future because we use more resources from nature every year than what is regenerated each year. So that is the so-called human ecological footprint. Then if you look at the correlation with growth and both material use and carbon emissions, you find them here. It's not very visible, but as you can see, the global GDP is the green line. The red line is the material footprint. They follow one another very, very closely. So the more the economy grows, the more material we use. And the blue line is carbon emissions. There is also a strong correlation, but not as strong as with materials. Looking at climate change, we know that we already now experience very serious consequences, whether we talk about forest fires around the globe, whether we talk about droughts and reduced food production, or we talk about heavy rains and flooding. And another indicator is, of course, that the sea ice around the North Pole, at least during summertime, is becoming more and more open water. And that means that less of the incoming solar energy is being reflected and more is being absorbed. And that's why scientists are so concerned about what is happening in the Arctic. We also have the other side of the coin, namely ecosystems and biodiversity. Bob Bodson is the chair of IPBS, that's another scientific panel, similar to the IPCC. And he said about a year ago, for a long time, people just thought of biodiversity as saving nature for its own sake. Mainly meaning that it's beautiful and nice to have. But then he said, this report, the report they produced, makes clear the links between biodiversity and nature and things like food production, food security, and clean water in both rich and poor countries. And here is an example of what's happening when ecosystems are being degraded. There is a very rapid decrease in many parts of the world in insect populations. And some people may say, why do we need insects? Well, the funny thing is that the insects don't need us, but we need them for food security, for pollination, for so many things. So this is, of course, quite alarming. Going then back again to materials, this picture from the Global Resources Outlook that was produced by the International Resource Panel a few years ago demonstrates that extraction and processing of different types of materials contribute half of the world's carbon emissions and result in roughly 80% of biodiversity loss. And the problem is that the distribution of materials is so uneven in the world. In my country, in Sweden, the material footprint per capita, for me, for instance, is around 27 to 30 tons a year, if you count everything. But if you move to southern India or to Africa south of Sahara, you have a footprint of maybe 2.5 tons. So there is a gross inequity when it comes to material consumption. And material consumption, of course, is very important to raise living standards. But we can't raise living standards in all the poor countries the way we've done in the rich countries, because then the whole planet would be destroyed. The ecosystems would not survive. It would be excessive use. Now going back then to climate change, what needs to happen? Well, some of my friends among the scientists, Johan Rockström is one of them, they defined something they call the global carbon law a few years ago, basically saying in order to meet the Paris Agreement, to avoid warming to go beyond 1.5 or 2 degrees, we would have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and in particular carbon emissions, by 50% every decade until 2050, meaning 7-8% per year of global emissions. That's a tall order. And it really means we would have to transform energy systems, we would have to transform transport and mobility, we would have to enhance material efficiency, moving towards a circular economy. We would have to change land use, both forests and farming, and we have to address consumption and lifestyles. So we would have to do everything at once. And one of the real challenges is that because of urbanization and continued economic growth, what we think will happen in the next 25 to 30 years is that the infrastructure in urban areas in the world will double compared to what we have today. Meaning that we will build as much urban infrastructure in the world in the next 30 years that we have built in the world until today. It's just an unbelievable situation. And just to make it very visible, some of the rich countries like China and India, urban infrastructure is expanding very, very rapidly. And in China, they used as much concrete or cement between 2011 and 2013 as the United States of America used during the total 20th century. And that's not to point finger at China, that just demonstrates that countries with large populations, there is going to be a lot of demand for materials. And here you can see what is expected when it comes to steel and plastics between now and 2100. Steel is supposed to increase by between 2 and 3 times, plastics by 4 times in terms of volume, aluminum more than 3 times, and cement more or less the same. And if you look at, for instance, textiles and clothing, there also you have a very, very rapid expansion. And all these materials result in major carbon emissions. Steel and cement together, something like 12 to 15% of carbon emissions. If you add plastics and aluminum, you make up almost 20% of carbon emissions in the world. Textiles, roughly 7% of total carbon emissions. Electronic waste and electronics is, of course, another area where there is a lot of increase in demand. And the problem, not only in Europe, is that we only use materials once. Although we know that for some materials, like metals, for instance, we could use them on and on and on again. But our present system is very inefficient, very wasteful. We did a study when I was chairing the Recycling Industry Association in Sweden a couple of years ago, and we looked at the number of materials, and we came to the conclusion that only 25% of what was being discarded and turned into waste was then reused. And for plastics, the figure was only 8%. So that means that for plastics, electronics, household appliances, building materials, textiles, etc., most of what we use, we only use once, and we don't collect and make efforts to reuse and recycle properly, which means that we throw away enormous values in terms of money, billions and billions and billions of euros every year. And of course that results in serious pollution, air pollution, water pollution, but also in the increase of carbon emissions. Another thing you could say is that infrastructure and products that we have already produced are poorly utilized. Look at vehicles, private vehicles, for instance. They stand still most of the time, 94 to 95% of the time. If you take offices, they are also empty most of the time. The big construction company Skanska did a study in Stockholm the other year, and they came to the conclusion that at every moment, only about 20% of the office space was occupied. People either worked at home or were somewhere in meetings or doing other things. So we could use materials and infrastructure in a much better way. Now, some years ago, we started to talk about decoupling. And the idea is that when the economy grows, we should decouple the growth from energy and material use. And of course, it is happening. Look at vehicles again. Combustion engines today are more efficient than they were 10 or 15 years ago. So you can drive your distances on the same mileage or on the same amount of diesel or petrol. You look at computers or electronics, massive improvements in efficiency. But the problem is that that is relative decoupling. After a couple of years, because continued economic growth and what we call rebound effects, namely that when people free up money by having a car that is not using as much petrol, there is a tendency to drive longer distances. So we have come to the conclusion that decoupling is very difficult to do, to achieve. And 100% decoupling, I think, is never going to happen because you have a lot of degeneration also when it comes to materials. And a recent study by a number of scientists proved that when the economy grows around the world by 10%, it results in at least 6% increase in resource use. Some industrialized countries, like the US or Spain or Sweden, may experience that material use in the country is lowering, but that's because we import more and more of the stuff that we consume. So if we would take into account the imports, then we would be not in that situation. So this is why we are all talking about moving from the linear economy, the linear production model, to a more circular economy, where we have the hope that we would recycle and reuse both nutrients and materials much more efficiently. Now we have to remember that there is no precise definition of a circular economy. It's more of a metaphor for using renewables, more efficient resource use, and what people call closing the loop. Extend product life is one example. A product that lasts longer is of course better than a product that lasts very short time. The fact that we don't build in obsolescence in products is another example. Recycling, reuse, remanufacturing, repair, and maintenance are other examples. And another interesting thing is to change the business model. Instead of buying things, we benefit from services. That is to say, from selling stuff and products to offering services. And if you take my mobile, for instance, if I was renting the mobile instead of owning it, it would be in the interest of the company that produced it, that now still owns it, to design it in a way that it lasts longer, so that they can earn revenue much longer. And once I leave it, they can get it back and turn it into a new product. So that's a very interesting concept. Then another aspect of it is to utilize better what is already produced, and the concept of a sharing economy. We don't have to own everything we use. We can share among households and people. While the circular economy is being discussed more and more, I would say in Europe we've had a very vibrant discussion for the last 5 to 10 years. There's much talk, but it's very slow in the making. And I would like to underline there is nothing like 100% circularity. That's why absolute decoupling will not happen, because there are losses all the time. For instance, in Sweden, we have a very efficient system for recycling of aluminum cans, but we have never reached more than 90%. And I think 90% is a world record. So you lose 1 of 10 of the aluminum cans every time. I already said that the definition is lacking, which of course is a major problem. The International Standard Organization is now working on a definition, and hopefully they will come up with one in 2023. There has been too much focus on the downstream, on waste management and recycling, but the main thing has to do with upstream, how you design products, and of course, what the cost structure in the economy looks like. I give you an example. In construction in my country, Sweden, if you want to buy a new tile, you pay €1. If you want to buy a reused tile, you have to pay €2. So virgin materials most often are less expensive than reused materials. And then, of course, you have to discuss the fact that we only look at material flows. We are not so concerned about material stocks. And if we really want to become circular, the stocks of materials, what we have already produced, are going to be very, very important. Another aspect that is difficult to tackle is, of course, that there are a lot of toxic materials in different, toxic substances in different materials that are in use in society. So you have to know exactly what that toxicity is and how you can avoid sending it back into the economy. This being said, there have been numerous studies that prove that circularity will yield considerable benefits, such as lower demand for reverting materials, less pressure on nature, emission reductions when it comes to carbon, less air and water pollution. We will generate many new jobs because a service economy, an economy where you maintain, repair, reuse, etc., it requires more manpower than automated manufacturing. You will have improved security of supply, and you will reduce the cost level in the economy. The European Green Deal pays a lot of attention to the circular economy, and they have put up an action plan that I think is very promising. They are going to put up a sustainable product policy framework. That is to say, what are the requirements on products that are put on the European market? And one of the important things will, of course, be that products that are put on the market should be easy to recycle and reuse. The right to repair is a principle that is going to be established through legislation. There will be mandatory standards for public procurement. Public procurement makes up almost 20% of our economies. And of course, the public sector can move ahead and lead the way in an interesting way and create markets for circular products. They will expand the use of Eco-Design Directive, which so far has only dealt with energy efficiency. Now it will be material efficiency. They will introduce a circular electronics initiative, new regulation for batteries, and they will review the directives on packaging, plastics, microplastics, end-of-life vehicles and textiles. And, which is very important, there will be a strategy for a sustainable built environment, mindful of the fact that roughly 40% of all materials are related to the built environment. So finally then, the policies I would like to see to move this agenda forward is first of all to address the cost structure in the economy. What I said, virgin materials are often cheaper or less expensive than reused materials. I would lower taxes on labor and I would increase taxes on the use of nature. I think we have to move in that direction. And I'll give you an example. Here is the tax on labor in different European countries. And funnily enough, my own country, Sweden, is at the top of the list. 60% of our taxation is tax on labor. And then you look at taxes on the environment and on energy, and those taxes are around 5% of the total tax burden. It must be possible to shift that balance a bit. And the result would be, of course, enhanced efficiency. I also think we should remove VAT on reused materials. We have already paid taxes once. We need design requirements. Products, materials should be easy to reuse when they are put on the market. I think also we need requirements for reused materials in new products. You could state that 20% to 30% of a new product should include materials that have been reused. I think we should promote business models leading to from products to services. Public procurement must lead the way, and the European Union has the same idea. We should, of course, give priority to material efficiency and circularity in climate policy, not only to energy emissions. We need innovation programs for circularity, and we need to address the rebound effects. The fact that when you become more productive in a system, you free up resources and demand increases. So that you have to deal with one way or the other. It's often called the Jevons paradox from the economist Jevons already in the 19th century. So that to me is a most urgent agenda to move from linear to circular production models. It will lessen pressure on vital ecosystems. It will reduce carbon emissions. But I also think that such measures must be complemented by rethinking how we define welfare and well-being. I mean, if we look at quality of life, it is more than material consumption. There is so much more that is of value in life than consumerism. So priorities must shift, primarily in our part of the world. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will destroy our life-supporting systems. and we will leave a very poor legacy to our children and their children. And let me finish with a quote from Einstein. The world we have created is a product of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. No problem can be solved with the same consciousness that created it. So we must learn to see the world anew. And I think that those words apply very well to the challenge with regard to material consumption and material use. Thank you very much for your attention.
For your reflections. I think a lot of ideas on the floor. Afterwards, we will have the opportunity to ask you or to exchange some opinions. But now is the turn of Margarita. I think that, well, según lo ibas escuchando, ¿no?
You've been listening. You realize that the future's in our hands. The future of many of these options are in your hands. So Margarita Ruiz, for those of you that don't know her, she is a key player at this moment to facilitate, to bring about that transition. She is the General Assistant Director of the Ministry for Ecological Transition, and she has been working for the ministry in the area of ecological affairs for Spain. So you've been working a great deal in this area, and on the part of the ministry for this ecological transition, she has drafted many of the articles that we are currently applying, many of those that are involved here. And she is a chemical engineer from the University, the Complutense University of Madrid. And even though we have many more concise questions about the Spanish policy for circular economy and how the government is facing that challenge of going from linear to circular. Well, thank you very much. What a responsibility after that introduction. Well, I think that implementing the circular economy is everyone's responsibility, and we from the administrations are not the only ones, but we are the ones that establish the basis. But the collaboration of the companies, the enterprises, and the citizens are what will make it possible. Now, having said this, the first thing I would like to do is to thank the Foundation for having invited us to be here, the Ministry, and I'm very happy because it's the first trip that I've made since the pandemic began, and this terrible pandemic, but I'm very satisfied to see that we are once again taking up the in-person activities, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I'm going to talk to you about the Spanish strategy for circular economy. I had some things to tell you, but I think many of these was mentioned by the previous speaker. Why do we need to go from a linear economy to a circular economy? Well, I think that is clear. There's no doubt about the why, but from the Industrial Revolution to the present, our economic model is based on extracting resources, using them, and then throwing them out without taking advantage of anything in that process. And one of the first norms, the rules, we've been talking since 2008 of the recycling of waste, and we are talking now about circular economy. So it's a step that goes way beyond our initial ideas. Not only is it recycling waste, as the previous speaker said. Now, the circular economy means going to a model in which all of the resources, both energetic and material, have to remain in the economic circle or cycle as long as possible. Can we see the next slide, please? Is it possible? You have it there? Yes, I think. Now, what I was saying, the the circular economic model means that all of the resources remain as long as possible. We reduce the generation, the creation of waste, and those that we cannot keep from producing, we have to take as much advantage of them as we can. And so when we talk about circular economy, it means going from the idea of expiration date to the idea of conservation. And this is not applicable only to the cycles, the technological cycles, but also to the biological processes as well. The linear economy, well, not only does it have environmental impacts, 90% of the loss of biodiversity, half of the greenhouse gas emissions are linked to the way in which we extract our resources. As you know, it also has an important economic impact. Approximately in the last 20 years, there has been an increase in the price of raw materials of 9%. And concerning the social side of all of this, the salaries, however, have been reduced by 9%. As far as the energy consumption, the prices are more or less stable at 2%. Now, if we take those forecasts into account, that for the year 2030, about 8.5 billion inhabitants that will be concentrated in major cities, and the need to keep up the the quality of life, shall we say, is going to have a very important impact on our resources. And there would be an increase of energy expenditure of 50%, water 30%, and food a 50% increase. The forecast then is, as was mentioned before, we need between 2 to 3 new planet Earths in order to sustain and to satisfy all of the need for resources of this population. Currently, we only have one planet Earth, and it's necessary to transition to that circular economy model. Now, to place it in the context that was mentioned previously, the European Commission took the reins of this transition in 2015 with the first action plan for a circular economy, and we'll see how that was created so we can see the impact that it has on the Spanish approach to this circular economy. But in the European Parliament, they spoke of the EU Green Deal and their second presentation last year by the European Union. This means that this contributes that Europe will meet its 2030 agenda goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, together with the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and this also allows for a chain of supplies that is much more constant and a greater resiliency on the part of the European Union. The first plan of action of the Commission is made up of 24 measures. These are divided into 4 areas of action that allow us to close the circle of the economy. On the one hand, production, understood from the point of view of the design of the product as well as the manufacturing processes, consumption in the management of waste, and then the use of secondary resources, secondary raw materials. All of this complemented with R plus D plus I. And there were a series of measures that were introduced, and these were identified either by the impact that they had on the environment, which could be the case of plastics, for example, or the need of contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, in food waste, or the important amount of waste that is related to the construction sector. Now, this first plan of action that ended in 2019, of those 54 measures, all of them have been put into practice, into effect. Some of them have already finished. Some of them were related to a revision of the regulations relating to waste, and other measures continue to be in effect, and our work continues in that direction. Now, as many member states, among them Spain, asked for the Commission the need to continue working in the area of circular economy, and also because the Commission itself saw the need for that to take place. Last year, in March of last year, they published a second action plan. This action plan is now not only focusing on waste as the first one was, but in my point of view, it especially emphasizes the policy of products, especially in eco-design, in the review of the standards of eco-design to introduce principles of circular economy in like repairability and reuse, etc. And that's going to be important, as well as the role of the consumer. The consumer has to be informed, information that is reliable, that's precise, and that does not distort or not avoiding any greenwashing that will convey a wrong message to the consumer. But the importance to inform the consumer about the characteristics of the products is going to be a key issue. It's going to be important for us to move forward towards the circular economy. Also, in this case, the European Commission identifies a series of areas where work is needed. We continue with plastics. Well, plastics are one of the prioritary areas, and the vehicles is also important in our transition towards an electric vehicle, decarbonization, and also the packaging and textiles as well is one of the sectors that is key in this coming period. Now, in this area, if the Commission planned to publish a strategy of the textile sector for next year, it seems that it will be delayed and it will be published at the beginning of next year. This action plan has as its purpose to promote circular economy in cities and regions, but it also has an important role in globalization and the expansion of the circular economy on an international level. Taking all of this into account, in the year 2017, the ministry, with the advance of the circular economy, we asked what we could do, what could be done. And at that moment, the state plan framework for the management of waste was put into practice. And, based on its hierarchy, it didn't make lots of sense because it basically limited us to the management of waste. So we wanted to move forward in a Spanish strategy of circular economy. This strategy has, because of the the political situation, it was delayed, but it was finally approved in June of 2020. The strategy is a document that has been created with the participation of many ministries because we wanted to make it very cross-cutting, a multidisciplinary approach. It's cross-cutting in all of its policies, and it has to be present not only in the environmental policies but in other policies, as we will now see. So more than 11 ministries participated in the creation of this plan, including general directorates that were totally different, and 6 ministries. Our ministry, of course, that of ecological transition, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Science and Innovation, the Ministry of Consumption, and the 2030 agenda. So all of this means that it's a priority, not just for us at the environmental level, but it's an industrial priority as well, and it affects many different sectors. This document, this strategic document, has a horizon which is to 2030, and what it does is carry out an analysis, first of all, of the circular economy at the European level, and also more specifically that of Spain. At the level of Spain, so that you can understand the figures that you really can't see probably on this slide, but the footprint, the ecological footprint is in 4 global hectares for each Spaniard. The bio capacity is the productive surface that's available for creating its resources. when the ecological footprint is much greater than that biocapacity that is available, we are facing then an ecological deficit. Spain needs 2.5 times the size of the country in order to satisfy our needs for resources. So to understand it more over time, in 1 year Spain would use up all of its resources in the month of June. So the rest of the year we would need to import resources to meet the needs of all of our population. Now, if we're talking about the generation of waste, basically with the latest data that's available, including the total amount of waste, we generate around 130 million, and 37% of these are recycled. And if we put this in magnitudes that we could understand more easily, it would mean we would fill about 2,900 football fields or football camps, 2,900 Bernabeus or no camp stadiums. So that's to give you an idea of what the little that we take advantage of waste. Now, in Spain, the circular economy is based on certain general principles, such as the protection of the environment, of human health, whoever pollutes pays, equal retribution, trying to use fewer poisonous chemical products, etc. Now, taking into account these general principles, the strategy establishes 10 key orientations. These orientations are based on that agreement for the circular economy. It was launched from the ministry in 2017, and it is basically a decalogue where the companies take on the commitment of applying this within, that is, companies or associations. And these strategic orientations have to do with the need for protecting the environment and human health, in relationship with the life cycle of products, and may take into account the design that should already include the concepts of circular economy in order to reduce, for example, the food waste, the management of waste itself. So there are 10 orientations that I believe have a lot to do with circular economy. Now, as a strategic document, what this does is to establish 6 objectives that need to be met by 2030. The first of them is a reduction of 30% of the consumption of materials in the country in relation to the GDP, and all of this compared to the same data in 2010. These 6 objectives use 2010 as their objective comparison. And it also would reduce the creation of waste by 15%, once again as compared to 2010, and to work in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals and the reduction of food waste, reduce half of the food waste in the homes and at the points of sale, and having a quantitative 20% quantitative amount of that for the entire process, a reduction of 10% in the municipal waste to reduce the emissions in the area of waste by 10 million tons of CO2 equivalent, which would be in line with the national plan, and 10% improvement in the efficiency in the use of water. So all of this is closely related to the strategy and its organization and the way that these measures are organized for circular economy, because the Spanish strategy includes these 4 axes that we mentioned before of our action plan: production, consumption, waste, and secondary raw materials. And we have to add to this the reuse and the purification of water in our country. In addition to the plan of circular economy of the Commission that also establishes the scope of the R&D and I, there are other cross-cutting issues such as participation, and labor also comes into the program. We'll see that these are linked, or at least established, for these 8 axes by themed axes. As far as the priority sectors, there are 6 priority sectors that are established in our plan where we need to advance in sustainability and circularity. The first of these is the area of construction. It's 6.5% of the GDP. It represents 6.5% of the GDP. This sector consumes 40% of natural resources. It generates 40% of the waste. And it is necessary in this sector for there to be criteria of circular economy. The industrial sector, also because of its contribution of 16% to the GDP, tourism 12%, and in the food and farming 3%. So we include consumer goods as a different category, and we know that textile is going to have a very great importance in Europe in the coming years, and we decided to remove textile and confection outside of that because of the importance of moving forward in the circularity of this sector.
As I was saying before, advancing towards circular economy in Spain means that not only must those measures to be adopted be environmental measures, but it's also necessary that this circular economy or these principles are integrated as well in other policies. For example, the economic policy, using economic tools aimed at giving support to change, the inclusion of criteria both regarding subsidies and loans, also ecological procurement and so on. As to tax, the tax framework, it's important that the ministry makes sure that tax goes in the same direction. I'll be talking about 2 fiscal instruments that have been included in the bill of waste and polluted territory, and this all has to go in the same direction. We also have the training and employment policy that has to allow for the need to adapt new posts and jobs and make sure that training is there because there are new needs in employment, and then other jobs are being destroyed in other sectors. Then, of course, R plus D plus E. I mean, we need innovation in many sectors, both as regards manufacturing products and also managing waste. Obviously, I'm also including the agrarian sector, the industrial sector, and water policies. As to the governance model, the strategy is based on a model that has 4 main pillars or axes. First of all, a steering committee that would have the inclusion of the ministries I mentioned before. The second axis would be the Interministerial Commission. This is a commission that was created many years ago, and it has the participation and involvement of ministries that have participated to the strategy towards circular economy. Then on a vertical structure, we have a specific working group with the different regions and local governments coordinating. As to waste, this is a decision-making institution with the 3 administrations, local, regional, and national government, and finally a circular economy committee that hasn't been started yet, but we're going to be starting it in the coming months. This special commission then, or council, has to represent the civil society, the companies, and we want to make sure that the work is carried out so that it becomes a think tank suggesting the best ideas for us to make headway in circular economy. Indeed, it is absolutely essential that we measure the degree of advancement. We have to know whether we're improving. We need certain yardsticks to assess whether we are progressing at an adequate speed or whether things are going too slowly, or even worse, whether we're going backwards. In this case, the assessment and follow-up mechanism has 10 criteria that were established at the European level because measuring the circular economy is difficult. There isn't one single criterion that allows to quantify the headway made, but rather it's a set of 10 indicators. And we have added, of course, the greenhouse gas effect emissions yardstick to this. So here on the screen you see the list of those indicators, but you can find this in the document. Well, I've not mentioned any specific action up till now in my presentation because the strategy, as I said, is a long-term strategy, and the idea is for all this to develop in 3-year action plans. Every 3 years we will have a document which has all the actions of the general government in Spain, and it will actually describe and define all those actions developed during the triennial period. So then the first action for circular economy was passed in May this year, 2021. It includes 116 measures that will be started and deployed by the general national administration. Among some of the measures, and depending on the different axes I mentioned, you can see the number of measures included in that action plan. For example, as to production and manufacturing, we have 17 measures that refer to different things. For example, the inclusion of circular economy, both in the food and beverage industry and also in the forestry industry. We want eco-design. We want to introduce specific requisites when people are applying for loans and subsidies. And there are other plans of other ministries, such as helping small and medium enterprises, and also some refer to tourism. As to consumption, we have 13 measures. Some of them, a number want to foster the eco-label, another anticipates the development of a repairability rate that will tell consumers about the possibility that product can be repaired in a simple and inexpensive manner. The inclusion as well of measures that are circular economy measures in public procurement and tenders. Then as to waste, there are 30 measures in waste because, of course, many are related to the revision of standards and also the analysis of the legal framework. An important part of all that is the prevention plan and the waste management plan. But there are other measures that want to analyze, for example, the feasibility of certain deposits for people returning cell phones or fostering treatment plants specifically for waste that has to do with renewable energy, or even the increase inspection and control of the transfer of waste, because that's a problem that is growing. It's not only environmental, but in many cases, sometimes it means, that materials, there might be a loss or a leak of those materials. As to secondary raw materials, we have 12 measures, and many of them have to do with the application of sub-product criteria, and we want to see what's happened with that application of the procedure of a sub-product. Has it been useful? Has it not? And this is something that's been developed since 2011 in Spain on the basis of a new act that was passed. But we also want to promote the use of demolition and building waste in public works, roads, ports, and so on. As to reusing water, yes, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. We do have many measures that focus on reutilizing water for watering in agriculture. And here on the slide, you can see more details. You see, there are many, many measures. I'll go faster now because there's not much time left. But about awareness, we're also working on awareness at the ministry. I talked before about the Pact for the Circular Economy. We have 350 subscribers, and we've also wanted to have a catalog of good practices for circular economy, because that's an example, and it also allows companies to learn. We're working on the second edition of this catalog with new best practices that we hope to be publishing very soon. And as to dissemination, well, the ministry is working on regular bulletins that are published every 2 to 3 months. Now we have 7. You can find all this information if you go to the website. You can't see it well on the screen now, but the website of the ministry has all these materials and documents. And, well, that's about it. Just a couple of things, a couple of slides before I finish. I was saying that quite a few of those measures of the Spanish strategy for circular economy entailed the revision of all standards about waste. Here you have the compendium of the rules and regulations that have been reviewed and published since 2020, there's a decree for transfer, the review of vehicles standards, a review with tires, vehicles, batteries, then also a special decree on landfills, and that works to limit this option as such. And there's the bill for waste and polluted soil, which is now being worked on. And there are two new tax figures here. Yes, I promise I'm finishing. So one is, yeah, really, is my look pressuring you? Yes, it is. I feel very pressured. Anyway, so the disposable single-use packaging and then the incineration activity. And now, yes, let me tell you, as to recovery, transformation, and resilience, circular economy is there. We have assigned 850 million euro during the 3 years from 2021 to 2023, and those 850 million euro will be allocated to the development of 6 lines. The 4 first lines of action have to do with improving the management of municipal waste, and then others have to do as well with the development of digital registries. And finally, we have a specific line that wants to foster circular economy in companies. And regarding this year's budget, 500 million euro, we have already worked on practically 80% linked to that municipal waste management plan, and the part of circular economy in companies will be offered as part of the budget for next year, and we will be calling for some loans and subsidies programs that will be published very soon. And this is my last slide. You can find all this information on the website, and all the documents are there. So this is what we've been working on. Thank you. And I'm sorry, if you have any question, please, I'll be delighted to answer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great that you're so good about this. We hardly have any time for discussion. That's why I was pressurizing. And I mean, that's the bad thing of having speakers that have so many things to say. It's always the person moderating, such as myself, that has to be the baddie. Yes, so I have to be hard. We're going to give the floor to Antonio Vallabriga. I don't know whether you're going to be using the lectern or not. He's the head director of business, responsible for the BBVA Bank, and part of a financial initiative that wants to take care of the environment. This is part of the United Nations umbrella. He's many things. His CV is very long. Well, he's an MBA ESADE, an expert in business, the global director of business of the BBVA Bank, and as I said, he's working on financing plans for the environment in the UN, CEO in social investment. So that means that you do many lovely things, really. He collaborates, he teaches at ESADE Business School. He's also been doing postgraduate studies as to corporate responsibility in Harvard Business School. He's done so many things. The CV is too long. So let's go directly to how do we finance the transition. So everything that Margarita was telling me, and she did mention some tax tools and some investments anticipated in the private and public sphere. But what's the role of banks in all this? Well, I'm delighted to be here. Hello, everyone. Well, it's really a pleasure to be with you all. I'm going to be, talking about this huge opportunity that is brought about by this spectacular change, a transformation that has to take place in such a short time. I'll talk from the standpoint of the financial sector, which is indeed a key actor in this deep transformation. And then going to be focusing on a more general idea of sustainability, because circular economy is, of course, very important, but we have to understand why this is so relevant, for example, for the financial sector. And for that, it's interesting that we spend some time to actually take a distance. I divided my presentation into 4 parts. First of all, I'll share once again some of the thoughts that we heard about before, about this challenge of the century, right? And Second, I'm going to be focusing on two challenges. Everything is related. Yes, climate change and also what can be done. Circular economy is very important. Thirdly, I'm going to be telling you how we're tackling all this transformation from the financial sector. And then finally, I'll give you an example of, of something we've done at the bank I work for. Well, I always like to tackle this with words of this gentleman who's not very well known, but he is well known, however, in the financial sector, Mark Arney. So for me, he really meant a huge difference, really. In 2015, he was the head of the Commission for Financial Stability. He was the treasurer in the UK, and he gave us a speech. I recommend that you listen to it in the headquarters of Lloyd's, and the audience was full of bankers, and it was really a historical speech. He tackled climate change, natural capital, how we depend on this, and ecosystems, and how the financial sector had to play a much more proactive role in all this. So I will say, for us as a bank, it was really a change. And what this means is that we see this transformation of the economy in the financial sector. We're going towards a more sustainable economy, and we see it as risk and opportunity, most definitely. On the one hand, well, some important quotes and figures. I mean, the fact that our president of our bank sees indeed that the transformation we have to live is possibly the greatest disruption of business that we ever imagined. I mean, there will be companies that will be winners, there will be others that will suffer more, and we have to make sure that this transition occurs, taking maximum advantage of opportunities and actually, well, not letting risks be too harmful. Then also that expression, yes, I mean, we have so many companies that are participating. There's an expression I like, and there's a letter that is sent to a number of companies that they invest in. We all for climate change than climate change itself. So markets are moving. It means that the financial sector has a very important role, but it's global, isn't it? It doesn't only affect developed countries, it is also affecting emerging economies. And finally, something essential, banking supervisors have decided to be active for some years now. A special central bank network was created, and the conclusion drawn was that all these sustainability issues had the basis of risk, and so this had to be included in banking supervision. I mean, in some media we read that we've got the first climatic stress test in European banking next year, so that means that everything is going to be changing, and the role of banks will be different. Banks have to be next to society in this transformation. Then a transition, as I say, yes, first and foremost, it's a huge opportunity. People talk about between $5 to $7 billion per year of necessary investment every year during 20 years to be able to really achieve this agenda that we've defined. So that means a lot of investment. It means, of course, huge opportunities. In the European case, we have the New Generation Europe plan, of course, the New Generation EU. It's huge investment to facilitate this transition and to make sure that we have the resources for sustainability, climate change, circular economy, and so on. But it's also a risk, of course, from the financial standpoint. Climate risk, the risk of losing biodiversity, are risks that go well beyond the impact on the climate. Obviously, there's this transmission effect that goes into the performance of companies that have to invest to adapt. Regulation is changing. This will mean that many will have to change as well. And there are physical risks, of course. Some activities, as time goes on, will have certain impacts. There will be regions where events weigh more. All this will have a financial impact. And what people are requesting from financial entities like banks is that we take all this into account and that, well, we lend and we invest. So risk is also hugely important. And here we have an opportunity in front of us, but we must know how to face the challenge. I'm going now to the second part of my presentation. I'm going to be sharing ideas of how, from the financial standpoint, we see these two challenges of biodiversity and climate change. As to climate change, well, remember that the Paris Agreement, and next year we have the Glasgow Summit, which will force countries to define very ambitious goals for the coming 5 to 10 years. And we hope indeed that this will be the case. But the reality is that the Paris Agreement signifies a role already. In the chapter 2, it says of financial institutions that we must be able to promote the flows that are consistent with these climate change aims. And this is not only the public financial sphere, but also the private financial sphere. And there it's all very clear. I mean, the Paris Agreement talks about 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, but that means zero net emissions in 2050, which is really our goal for Europe and Spain, or 2070, 2080, that would be the scenario, kind of counting everyone. Well, the truth be told, nowadays, countries are very, very far from having specific dates and aims, thinking of zero emissions. Yes, we have 73% of emissions in the world by countries that have committed towards zero emissions for the year 2050 or 2060 as China, but some countries have not worked towards this at all. And we hope the next week in Glasgow a qualitative step is taken forward to change this. The private sector is also working on all this. I would say that in some cases, the large corporations are being even more ambitious, or just as ambitious as the national counterparts are doing. The public counterparts, there are close to 1,000 companies, global companies in the world, that have intermediate goals for 2030 to reach decarbonization. The financial sector too. We have created an alliance, the major banking alliance. We have 80 banks already, representing 40% of the banking sector in the world, and we have committed for the year 2050, and we have set goals to decarbonize for 2030, and we're going to be having goals in other key sectors at the end of this year, with the idea to be able to accompany clients and get them to transform. So companies indeed are being very active. And this is transformation that involves the energy sector, of course, but this also involves what we are focusing on in this conference, which is circularity. In fact, people tend to forget about this, but, we do know that, and there's a reference here, well, practically 20% of the carbon emissions that we have to reduce must come from circular economy. That is, from greater circularity in the way that we use the soil, agriculture, but also from industrial players. And yes, we have to work on this. So we're not going to be able to comply with these zero net emissions I mentioned before. We're not going to comply unless we work on circularity as a whole. And furthermore, circularity involves a very important business opportunity. Accenture qualifies between $3 and $5 billion per year, the yearly savings, if we really incorporate a circular model. So then there's this huge opportunity to get value, to obtain value for you here and for the sector as a whole. In fact, I remember that, yes, we have an index of circularity of 8.6% in the world, and we have to multiply this times 2 in the next decade. So minimum, circular economy is essential for the decarbonization of the economy, but it's essential for another challenge we have, which is preservation and regeneration of natural capital. I love this graph here. It's a great report about biodiversity, and it tells us clearly that since 1992 to 2014, while the per capita capital produced and human capital has increased 13%, natural per capita capital has gone down. So extinction rates are growing alarmingly, and practically 50% of the GDP in the world depends up to a measure on natural capital. So it's not only a social and ethical problem, but it's economic. It's not only the impact we generate on natural capital, but the dependency that we have on this natural capital for our lives. And this, how can this be worked on? Well, through circular economy. the financial system is transforming. I mean, we understand that for this transformation process, this deep transformation process to take place, we require direct action of governments more. They have to be more multilateral. They have to be braver. Secondly, we have to invest in technologies. I mean, a great part of technologies are available, but we still need some. We have to invest a lot of money. We require deep change in behavior, the way we move, the way we consume, the way we feed. We have to rethink our lifestyles. And finally, the financial sector has to accompany all this. So these are key pieces of the jigsaw for success to happen. How are we going about it? Well, first of all, financing these investment processes that are so necessary. Here you have on the slide the evolution, clearly exponential, with more and more financing of solutions that are very sophisticated for large organizations such as green bonds and so on, to other more simple tools for small and medium-sized companies with special loans. I can give you some specific examples later on, but they're becoming more and more extensive. We are also incorporating, as I said before, our risk models. And then finally, what we are also working on here in the financial sector is towards understanding that one single organization cannot change things much. We need systemic change to happen. I work increasingly less in my bank, but I work more from my bank to try and look for this complicity, this partnership, this working together, obviously with regulators and supervisors, but also with our own competitors, our own investors, to make sure that we promote sustainable systemic change. And this is a new reality, and what we've realized is that we have to work together in a collaborative manner, and we must at least develop a joint reference system with metrics and methodologies so that we can really tackle the systemic opportunity that we have. So that's why there are more and more initiatives. I'm sure that some of them you know, some are better known, such as the Principles of Responsible Investment. This was created more than 15 years ago, but they have been completed now with the Principles of Responsible Banking, and now we have, as I said, many institutions participating. What's our experience in my bank, BBVA? Well, we've been working on these things for years now, but we wanted to go beyond. And 2 years ago, we decided to place sustainability in its broadest sense as a strategic priority for us, truly as one of our strategic priorities with which we want to accompany our associates and our clients in this passionately interesting process that's in front of us. So we want to take maximum advantage of opportunities. How have we gone about it? Well, we have worked in such a way that we place our focus on two main spheres. The first one is more environmental, it's climate action, and we incorporate, amongst others, the support to circular economy. And another important sphere is inclusive growth. We are active in a number of emerging economies, also in Spain. We can't leave anyone behind. And we think we can't get this transition to happen successfully if we don't integrate everyone. So then, now, allow me to talk to you about three of our main commitments and that make us very, very proud. The first one is that we committed towards mobilizing 200,000 million euro in sustainable action for 7 years. We started with 100,000 and now we have practically 67,000 million invested, and now we've multiplied ×2 our commitment. And the idea is to help companies and citizens to go to this transition. The second huge commitment that I mentioned before is that we have decided to become a zero emissions organization, but it's not the direct impact, reach 1 or reach 2, but rather we're going to the third grade, which means that we see how we can help our clients to get to zero emissions. We are trying to help them become more circular. That's the key for us. And our commitment is truly to be neutral in emissions for the year 2050. And finally, the great example or commitment I would like to talk about, it's this idea of participating in reference forums in order to foster this idea of systemic change that is so necessary. So all in all, I'm ending with this sentence. Mark Carney, is not the governor of the Bank of England any longer. He's the special envoy for United Nations for climate change. He's going to be one of the protagonists of the Glasgow summit next week. And he incorporates this huge message. I mean, he's telling us that climate change, it means sustainability. And that's the factor that has to be taken into account in any financial decision anywhere, beyond investors, banks, insurance companies. I mean, you have to take it into account. Now we are ready, and we know that we can accompany this transformation. And circular economy is going to be playing a huge role. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Antonio. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I know that it's all been, you had to speak much faster than you wanted to, but there were so many things to be said. We have here once again Professor Anders with us. And if you allow me, we don't have a lot of time for the Q&A session, but I've listened to the three of you, and I've kept one of the sentences that Professor Anders said, which is much talk, but slow in the making. So you were quite critical, right, with all that blah blah of so many. And then there's been another incredible sentence coming from the representative of a bank, as important as you, right? Talking about natural capital. So for an economist who's been working for more than 25 years in the sector to talk about natural capital, I mean, it's really, it moves me. It's incredible. So yes, something is happening. Things are changing. And possibly the speed is much slower than we would like. Things are happening, but not as fast as we want them. But it's more intense than what we can perceive, I'm pretty sure. So in any case, in this last round of Q&A, obviously the panelists can, well, they have, 10 minutes if there's anything else that you'd like to say, yes, that you couldn't say before. But I wanted to ask you, the three of you, if you had to say what your perception is as to the speed of change, are you optimistic or are you pessimistic? Do you think that we'll get there on time? I mean, I'm not talking about the next 10 years, the next 5 years. Will we manage to radically change the mindset of people, of the system? And if you had to answer me in a short reply, what would you say? What would you say? Well, let me start. I'm moderately optimistic. And as you said very well, the financial sector now has lived an important quantum leap in the last 2 to 3 years. So I can say that the financial sector started moving truly in 2018, not before, not in 2015, at least the private sphere. But nowadays we see that both the European Commission is truly getting things in place and making all the resources available for an important financial change. Investors as well have changed radically in the last 3 to 4 years. The evolution has changed. I mean, investors see that there's a financial risk. So it's a good investment to invest in sustainability. And truly, I'd say that banking, yes, is there. So maybe where we see more challenges is in the fact that we're in a global world and well, I mean, we need everyone for this to work, not only Europe. So we need for governments of developed countries to give more support to the governments of emerging countries. I mean, those famous $100,000 that were passed in Copenhagen, I mean, we're still waiting. I mean, it should be 100,000 or more, but it has to be, the developing world has to be there too. They have to be able to go for a fair transition too. That's the challenge. And another challenge is more cultural, isn't it? Because we as citizens have to change the way we live, our lifestyles. And I think nowadays there are still many costs in the equation. We're not creating sufficient incentives for those behavior changes that are so necessary at a huge scale. So we need much more to be done, really. Well, yes, so you're moderately optimistic, a global challenge. We have to change people's mindsets. I'm not talking of consumers, but ourselves, really, yes? Not so much punishing, but rather working on incentives. Margarita, what about you?
I think that we have to be optimistic, and to be optimistic, we have to be ambitious and decisive. Without that, it's impossible to move forward. And, we've seen the proof over these years how difficult it is from the administration to propose things, to push things. and also for us as citizens. So in these forums, I think we're very accustomed to talk about circular economy, but you go out to the street and no one really knows anything about it. So I think it's important to push this change, but it's also important to take the citizens, the consumer, well, to for them to understand the situation and have financial support, incentives, etc. But I think it's important as well to place the consumer on our side to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. Yes, but we're working on it, right? Yes, we cannot not be optimistic, right? Yes, there's no choice. I mean, you know, the world, we owe the world to the optimists. So there is no choice. We give the floor.
Can I say something? I didn't get that. Can I say a few words?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Well, I would like to start by quoting again Einstein. We cannot solve the problems that we have created with the same kind of mindsets and thinking that created them. And I think I see too little real understanding of the transformation that is needed. Most people in business, in finance, in politics seem to think that business as usual has to be changed a little bit on the margin, but we can continue more or less as we have. And that is not true. Nick Stern, who was the first economist who really addressed the issue of climate change some years ago, he said in an article in The Guardian today that conventional economists have totally misunderstood the problem and belittled the problem of climate change. So we are using the wrong economic models. How can we believe that the same economic that guided us when we were 2 billion people can continue to guide us when we are 8 billion people? The economic system is too short-term oriented, in particular the financial sector. And I applaud what you are doing in the financial sector, but it's too little so far. And there is a lot of greenwashing. I looked at some of these so-called ESG reporting, and it's very difficult to really understand what's behind it. Another problem is that the trade agreements in the world have very little reference to circularity. So I think that's going to be very, very important because we live in a global economy and we need to put in place global supply chains that are circular. And then the trade agreements have to recognize. And finally, as a structure of the economy, secondary materials most often are more expensive than virgin materials. So I would like to ask my two colleagues on the panel, what do you think about a tax shift, moving taxes from labor? We want to have more work and make it easier for people to be employed, and move some of that tax burden to the use of nature. I think that's the only way to really start this transformation.
There's applause. Professor Anders has said clearly an important issue, and that is that today there's not a price to some of these things, and natural capital doesn't have a price, and the price that is applied isn't true, isn't real, it isn't realistic, and it has nothing to do with the emissions. As far as taxes, well, we are in favor of having a neutral tax position, but one that will be very decisive, where if you pollute, you pay. and where resources are given prices that are adequate as incentives. So I think we're going to have more green taxes. We're going to have more taxes because of green, but the idea is for there to be taxes, but not just to make money, but rather to stop the decay. And I believe that we have to create these incentives. Yes, that's very interesting. I believe that this last reflection from the professor, it invites us, or it takes us to the first paper, inspirational paper presentation, where we heard about the need to change the way we see, the way we interpret, the way we understand the problem, and to be able to innovate in every way possible. There is a clear coincidence here, but it asks for us to shake up the box to find solutions, as the professor said, that are not incremental, but would take things on in a different way, the problem that we all have. We have one final minute, and I'm going to give that minute to you, Margarita, so that you can give us the final word before moving on to our next session. Well, there's not much more that I can add. We have more or less said everything. Well, just give me your feeling. Give me your feeling. Okay, well, I think that the moment is now, the change is now, and the transformation has to be a deep one. Okay, well, that's fine. I think that's a great way to end this panel. We would like to thank the three of our speakers. Thank you for being here, Professor. Thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Mr. Vega. And we have lots of questions yet to ask you. We should have a Congress just for you, for the three of you. And I'm sure you would have lots of inspirational words for us. But before going to the next session that will be divided in three, we wanted to invite Inma Navarro, who is from the Apadis Foundation, who is going to talk to us in a moment of tell us about the wonderful work that they are doing and that we've been able to enjoy through the catering. We ourselves have been able to experience that, and so we can, with this, end our round table, but not without hearing about the foundation. I'm 31 years old, and I'm being trained at Al-Fadi. I'm Lorena. I'm 19 years old, and I've been training for the last 8 years. Good afternoon to everyone. We're very happy that the consortium of the Maresme and the Valles Oriental Consortium have chosen us for the catering, and we're glad that this was able to take place, taking into account the situation that there is. Well, we were very excited about being here, and we're very, very grateful. As they have mentioned, we are from the Apadis Foundation, from the Valles, Oriental Valles area, and we would just like to explain to you about our relationship to all of this topic. It's not just with the social side. Yes, we do training to train people for jobs in companies, people with a great deal of ability. But something that happened to us 10 years ago, they had the original idea that at the landfills, there were lots of objects that people were throwing away, and that, well, you could say, how could they throw this out if it's in good shape? And so there was an effort made so that different social entities could create a small shop that we have of second-hand objects, and now 10 years later it provides employment for people with disabilities. So we have a bit of everything there, and there are things that we think we will never sell, and they get sold. So I just wanted to tell you that apart from the experience that you're going to have during the catering, where there are lots of people working, given the circumstances, we know that It all has to be done individually, but we have wanted to add this little dose of love and affection in everything that we do. And there are lots of wonderful people that are doing a great job, such as Alex or Lorena. So thank you. It was our desire then to share this with you, that apart from waste and everything, well, behind that, it also represents employment. In our case, at the Foundation Paris, then we are waiting for you outside with a big smile, and we've been able to bring you little samples of wonderful objects that ended up in the dump at the landfill. So we have really old cameras and other things. So when you go and have a coffee, you'll be able to see a sample of the things that are also part of our identity now. And apart from the catering, they also say, oh, they're the ones from the Green Cat, the Gato Verde. So thank you very much to the organization for working with us and for allowing us to provide this added value to this meeting, which we believe is very important. So thank you very much. That's wonderful, Navarro. There's nothing, it's just wonderful to hear all of that. And to circularity also means not leaving anyone behind. So we think that the task that they're doing is wonderful. But first, I wanted to give you two announcements. We're going to continue with these sessions now, but they will be separated into three groups. One of them will remain here in this auditorium so that we can talk about public service machinery. The County Council of Barcelona will talk about closing the circle, about the role of their role in the reuse and recycling. And then at the Techno Campus Innovation Corner in the foyer, there will be another discussion about textile. So our sessions will continue. So all three of these will take place. Those that stay here will be the ones that want to follow the sessions from the auditorium. But sorry, I have to give you all of the information. Remember that at 5:15, everyone is invited to watch here in the auditorium the film called, it's a documentary called Shame, Vergüenza. And so thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your participation. And we'll continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I see lots of gentlemen though. It's so perhaps in this sector of machinery we don't have as many women present, but in order not to waste more time, in order to make it on time to our lunch, I'm going to present Carlos Cunil, who is the person that will be the moderator and the president of this round table. He is in charge of services of the metropolitan area of Barcelona, and he will be leading this debate. Thank you, Alba. Oh, we're having some problems with the sound. Okay, I am going to introduce the people that are here. We have the managing director of DFSK, and each one of them will present their companies, tell us about what they do, and what they want to share with us. Then we have Mr. David Lopez. He is the director of e-mobility business in Spain for Renault Truck, representing the FCC Medio Ambiente with Mr. Francisco Jose Huete, who is director of the management services systems. Then we have the FFS Equipos Urbanos, the technical director, Mr. Jesus Franganillo. And at the other end, we have Carlos Vázquez, who is the director of services, of cleaning and waste management services of the city of Barcelona. I would like to thank the organization for having invited me to moderate this. Perhaps because I work nearby. And speaking of, we have. We apologize, but there's very bad sound from the moderator. Apparently, it's not his microphone that's working, but rather one somewhere else in the room, and the sound is appalling. But we'll try to do the best we can as they try to fix this problem.
It's not only wanting to be sustainable or ecological, but now they tell us that we have to be more circular, and there is a legal framework that forces it to decarbonize. Here, especially in Catalonia, has always meant we have always tried to comply with European challenges. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. The sound is not reaching the interpreting booths. I'm sorry, we're going to try and see if this problem can be solved. We have electrical and solar compactors. We have solar and electric waste paper baskets. There are so many possibilities regarding electrical technology, electricity. And if you allow me, it's not so much technology. Finally, the interpreters apologize, the problem has been solved. So anyway, the crucial thing now, I mean, electrification is a super well-known technology, electrical poles, I mean, we have that. The performance is really fantastic, much better than combustion engines. The problem, however, is, well, we have to do what they're doing with trams in Barcelona, yeah, where we have electric lines, or we'll have to find a formula to, you know, how do we store this electrical energy? I'm afraid we have the same problem again, I'm sorry. So in 2050, Carlos, the Green Deal tells us we have to be neutral in carbon. And now in 2.5 years approximately, for 2025, 10% of our sales will be electrical, so that in 8 years' time, at least in 2030, 35% of our sales will be electric, so that in the year 2040, that is 10 years before the Green Deal deadline, our sales will be 100% free of fossil fuels. So as you can see, we really into this, and it requires time. But well, we are working a lot towards it, and it has to begin now. So what I was wondering 10 minutes ago is, yeah, well, what can we offer? What can our brand offer? Well, we offer something that's as easy and difficult as it is to make this change, this electrical change, easy. People might think it's easy, but the change of electricity is a paradigm shift. It affects many factors, and they must all be taken care of, because if any one of these fails, then nothing is going to work. So our aim is precisely this. How? Well, first of all, with vehicles that can be used in the same way as diesel vehicles are being used. Yes, they have to be easy, and we have to make change easy for people. For example, giving an immediate solution, making it simple for people. We have to make sure that, you know, car users, vehicle users should find it easy to shift to an electric vehicle. So if we give this easy solution, then people will take it, they will use it. And that's what we try to do. We have to train, we have to teach, our drivers have to learn. It's not the same to drive an electric vehicle than it is to drive a diesel vehicle. And much more, we have to commit to the most important element of the vehicle, which is the battery, yeah, the cell. So, and people ask us, but listen, what will it be? What will they look like? Well, we commit to this use. You know, so they have a minimum and a maximum that have to be respected. And of course, you always have to make sure that there's minimum autonomy for people to go over to electric vehicles. And this is what we're working on. We must make it easy. We must make change easy. Hello. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for having invited us and for allowing us to share what it is that we do in our organization. I'm Francisco Huete. I'm the person responsible for sustainability in FCM environment. We belong to the larger group of Construcciones y Contratas, and we work providing urban services. Our customers are essentially city councils that outsource to us for looking after gardens and parks, managing waste, collecting waste, and so on in a city. In our company, FCC Environment, well, we have long-standing experience. Last year was our 120th aware of the fact that both from the society standpoint regarding investment and obviously our clients, the administration, we had here before the representative from the central government ministry. I mean, there's this bombardment. I mean, everything has to do with sustainability, climate change, circular economy. I mean, sustainability nowadays is something especially relevant. We were talking about this during the break, yes, and a colleague was saying to me, wow, now it's your department that's working most intensively. And I said, yes, for good or for bad, that's so. We're really pretty crucial right now. So much so that sustainability has become something strategic in our organization. We launched the sustainability strategy with the 2050 horizon, and this was the last March. Our goals are very clear, very well defined, and going into climate change and electric mobility, that is sustainable mobility. Well, as I was saying, our goal is to become carbon neutral in 2050 and to have 100% of vehicles with eco-zero or zero emissions for 2052. And that's all. Thank you. Hello, good morning. I'm Jesus Franganillo from the Urban Equipment FFS company. For many of you, it's an unknown company, but we've been working for a very long time on waste management. Our team, our company belongs... Yeah, I do have a presentation and I would like to have the control of the slides, please. As I was saying, Urban Equipment's FCC, FFC Kirchhoff, it's a German group, in fact, with different business lines. We have the automotive one, tools, mobility, and so this adapts vehicles to people with reduced mobility. And then in business, we have Kirchhoff Ecotech. So this business line has our companies, Farik Founsemat and Zola. Zola manufactures elevators, and Farik Founsemat, we work on collecting machines. And FCS Urban Equipment started as a representation of the 4 brands on the Spanish market. This is just a very brief presentation for you to see what the dimension of the company is. I'll be very quick about this, and now I'm going to go to the crux of the matter to talk about the important message I want to convey to you all. So in this presentation then, today we would like to introduce our innovation project to you all. As I said, we manufacture collection machines. We have different innovation projects, and it doesn't mean only to electrify anything that has to do with the chassis, but also we work on innovation and other projects to make sure that we are at the forefront of change towards sustainable mobility, but very much so for vehicles to become electric. Our factory in Germany works on a special project, Blue Power. It's an electric truck with an extender for hydrogen battery, a hydrogen cell. We use green hydrogen for sustainable mobility. The architecture of this blue power system, I'll be very brief, but I'll try and explain it to you. It's the architecture of the vehicle. So what are the main components of this blue power system? Well, at the end of the day, we work with a Mercedes iconic chassis, a glider structure, as they term it in English, and then we place all the necessary components for electrification. Not only the battery pack, we work with, this is 85 kilowatts per hour, but we also place all the necessary components for the possibility of generating electricity on the basis of hydrogen. As I was saying before, the battery pack has 48 modules of ferric lithium batteries, and this gives an autonomy of approximately 20 kilometers. So then the fuel or electrolyzer cell is the technology that helps us transform hydrogen that we have in the bottles, and that is transformed into electricity. It's an electrochemical process that takes place in this special cell. You might see here on the slide, in the photograph, we have this image on the right, and you can see in a very simple manner what the process is all about. So introduction or injection of hydrogen and oxygen. This produces a chemical reaction, and in such a way we obtain electricity. This electricity is used for storing in the battery pack that we place in the vehicle, and also for direct energy contribution to the engine when that is necessary, because this is required for the consumption of the vehicle. Something very important to mention. Yes, I have a question about hydrogen, so do simplify if you like, because I will ask you in greater detail later on about hydrogen. Yes, I have quite a few things to explain. I'm sorry, so much I could say. Anyway, basically, important data to tell you. With this special cell vehicle, you get to good autonomies of close on to 400 kilometers. I mean, for urban waste collection vehicles, it means that you can have one or two itineraries. So there is no penalization as there was before. Yeah, there'll be pros and cons mentioned later on: hydrogen versus gas versus electricity. So, Carlos, I mean, yes, the presentation is always simple and envied. I mean, it's great to be able to come as a city council of some place of Barcelona, for example. That's great. I mean, I'm not going to spend too long because you have a quick presentation, but that's why I'm going to take advantage to start with a bit of discussion, because it seems that, yes, we have a lot of technology, but what about electric waste collection trucks? I mean, I know that there's this company, Urbacer, and they started with that, but you don't see all that many, do you? Yeah, could we get this out, because it belongs to them? I'm being institutional. I belong to the City Council of Barcelona, so we cannot have the Kirchhoff slide. No, but we're going to complement each other, really, because I'm not going to be saying anything about hydrogen, because I know nothing and you know a lot. Listen, Carlos, those of us here have many things in common. The main one is that most of us work to foster selective waste collection and recycling. And when we address citizens for them to separate at home, it's rather complicated. We saw it. I mean, we're talking about concepts such as circular economy, standards, legal frameworks, climate change. It's very difficult to tell people, listen, change, start doing things. But those of you working in sustainable mobility have it much easier, because we're talking about dead people. I mean, in Barcelona, there's a study that tells us that every year 1,000 people die because of non-sustainable mobility. So this is an easy concept. People understand it quickly. I mean, it would be lovely for us to be able to say to people, listen, if you don't recycle, people will die. But this is the case. But however, we don't have a direct, cause-effect relationship. So there you have it easier. I mean, beyond 2050, we could still introduce it. We have all this framework, yes, and the City Council has this time schedule, but administration should work together. In Barcelona, indeed, sustainable mobility is our creed. I mean, we have a low emission zone, we have public places for people to get electricity, and also how you outsource. I mean, okay, you say that you can't see those electric trucks for waste collection, but I'm sorry, yes, they are operating. It's 22% of the fleet, no less. So 22% of the trucks are electric, obviously the smaller ones. But public administrations do have a tool that we have to use, and that is tenders and procurement, and also the assessment conditions. So, I mean, I'm going to be valuing what I want to have as a public administration, and that's why I'm giving it a value. So, the Barcelona tenders, I mean, now we're working on our procurement and we are specificating the criteria. The most important criterion was and is sustainability of the vehicles, both as to the route and energy. 51 points over 200, no less. 51 points over 200. This in the tender requirements. The price, and we're talking of 3 million euro for 10 years, only 30 points, and the other 51. So obviously, it's not money that we don't want people to give us a cheap offer, but rather something sustainable, and that's been the response. I mean, of the 4 companies, 3 got a good marking in this criteria, because I didn't explain, there are kind of 4 sections to the tender, and in each one of the 4 they obtained the best marks in this section. So we did convey this message. The Barcelona City Council was conveying a message to the market understood it, and this is what is happening. We have written those figures, Carlos, and we're going to go from 22% of electric fleet to 67% in no time. And I'm not talking any longer about those small waste collection trucks, but I'm talking about the big, large collectors, I mean the garbage collectors. Most of them will be electric at the end of next year, 40%. I'm talking of large vehicles, yeah? And the state of the art, what about it? How are things currently? I don't know whether you've ever wondered in Catalonia, how many electric waste collection vehicles are there? We carried out a survey. Okay, well, it was kind of a quick thing. I did this last night, to be honest. I started phoning people, and truly, it's not a lot in Barcelona right now. We do have quite a few electric and some hybrid. Well, in Catalonia, you should add just a few. So if all in all, you're talking about, 1,000 electric waste collection vehicles in Catalonia, well, that would be a good figure. But then we have 40, 50, 60 waste collection compared to 1,000. This is the way things are right now. I mean, the figures are still low.
Well, there's certain perspectives for improvement, and I congratulate you for your efforts. The fleet of vehicles on the streets that are electric is still very low. So the vehicle, as you mentioned, in automobile, the fair, the trade fair here in Barcelona, it was electric, and I am glad that those trucks we're also reaching the trucks with this renovation. But I would like for you to debate among you a topic that I'm going to bring up, and I'm going to take advantage to do a little advertisement here, since you talked about the high emissions areas of Barcelona. That includes Barcelona, Hospitalet, Cornellà, Sant Adrià del Besòs. At the end of this year, the heavy trucks without the proper label will not be able to transit, to move about. And the moratorium has taken a while, but we're getting there now. So it's an instrument that we are moving forward in. And I would like for you to talk about the deficiency and costs of the different technologies, and for you to compare or for you to defend your products versus others, perhaps, that maybe use gas, for example, and to tell us what if based on the characteristics of the municipality or the urban planning, etc., if there is one type of fuel or another that's more favorable. So, and now there's no order, so please, whoever wants to participate, whoever wants to intervene and defend. Well, ours are electric for basically for one reason. The alternative would be gas, and that would not allow us to meet the commitments of the Green Deal because of CO2 emissions. We can continue selling gas, but within a few years there are going to be limitations on those vehicles, and we're not going to make it. So that's why our decision has been to go electric. And we talked about this in a little group outside talking about hydrogen. Well, in hydrogen, we're going to go for the long distance. We're working on it, and we're investing a lot of money in developing vehicles that run on hydrogen. But basically for one main reason. The batteries, the energy cells have some things that are good and other things that are not so good. The good thing is that it's a technology that is very energetically efficient, while hydrogen isn't as energetically efficient. So the proposal that we are making with our brand is let's listen to the customers, let's listen to their needs, and when we know their needs, let's adapt our products so that they have an efficient and sustainable vehicle. As I said, if it doesn't have a lot of autonomy, the best option will be to have cells, and we will have hydrogen cells in the future, and that will be very much in line with all of the investments as far as different, having the available points for recharging. Now, talking about the state of the art, I would say that today the companies are capable of providing a service that's 100% electric. We have it in the city of Barcelona, where we have the contract for doing these sewers, and we're doing it with light vehicles, middle vehicles, and even heavy vehicles, all electric. But what is the problem of having 100% electrical vehicles? Well, right now, for the collection of the garbage trucks or lorries, they need lots of energy. They consume lots of energy. One of these vehicles needs about 500 kilowatts an hour. So there are 500 kilowatts an hour, but of course the price and the battery is what really dictates the price of the vehicle, and that battery is reducing the capacity that you have on that vehicle to collect. So in the end, if it doesn't have enough capacity, then you have to have lots more vehicles, or they have to go around twice, and that's the drawback of having 100% electric vehicles. Well, we could have hybridization, vehicles that are electric, that have an extended range or an extended autonomy. They have an auxiliary engine. It could be a gas engine, and perhaps in the future it could even be hydrogen that will allow you or increase your scope of action as you're doing your route. Well, when you're going to the plant, you use a gas motor, a gas engine, until you get there and recharge. So everything that has to do with emissions in the center of the city, noise inside of the city, when we do that 100% electrically, well, then that is an important improvement. This mantra, we've been hearing this for many years. The electric vehicles don't make it in the high areas. Well, Barcelona 2020, 800 electric vehicles. Some years ago, this wasn't even possible. So the idea is to push the envelope, because otherwise, if we don't push them, they don't change. Yes, 2050, but 2050 is going to be way too late. Therefore, we need to do. And you said, listen, let's listen to the customers. I listen to the neighbors. And what do the neighbors tell us? What do the citizens? You know what their main problem is with the collection of rubbish, of garbage? It's the noise. The noise, that's the main problem. And Carlos was telling us about gas. Gas, even if it's new, gas makes noise as well. The electric vehicle does not make any noise apart from, the movement of the garbage inside of it or when it's being dumped. So, and hydrogen, I have no idea. I have not the faintest idea, but I think that we kind of jump from one phase to another too quickly. We still don't have the electric vehicles, and I talked about, I don't know how many there are in Catalonia, 40, 50, it doesn't matter, 100, 1,000, whatever. And we're talking about hydrogen already. I mean, the other day in Lleida, they said you have to come to Holland, that there's a town where everything is hydrogen. I said, well, fine. Can we begin with electric, and then when we grow up, we can move on to hydrogen? I don't know. I have no idea. So, Carlos, here I cannot comment. Now, Ignazi, what about you? Well, 50 out of 1,000, I said, of trucks that are electric. But what about gas? Right now, and that is a solution not for Barcelona, but for other municipalities it is. The art. Well, you tell us we have to go electric, we go electric. The administration, not so much in the case of garbage collecting, but in other cases, I can give you examples. I don't understand how the municipal police still have combustion motorbikes, when the small vehicle, the electric solution is already taken care of. The silence motorbike weighs 43 kilos. You can take it up to your house. And we still have policemen on combustion engine motorcycles. Yes, I suppose they're going to arrest me as soon as I leave this place. No, but I'm saying this because here, Renault, for over 10 years, they have a vehicle that began doing deliveries for Carrefour with a very limited range, but perhaps I'm not using the right words, not till now, but the market, as we mentioned before, talking about automobiles, or even last week, in Municipalia, in a 2-year difference, we presented 50% of our vehicles were electric and 50% combustion. And this year, 2 years later, everything is electric except a sweeping machine. And believe me, if the garbage collectors need electricity, so do the sweepers. We still don't believe that electricity is providing us a solution as far as cost and profitability, etc. So it's much cheaper to move around in an electric vehicle if electric vehicles behave as they have been up until a year ago, which is when we really understood the prices clearly. For a municipality, if they have a low tariff and they charge at night, we're talking about a 10% of the consumption. We're talking about a reduction of maintenance, also very significant. And perhaps you could tell us more than I, but we're talking about the fact that the acquisition cost is much higher. The purchase price is much higher, but the greater the demand, and this is what the administration should do, the cost drops. The greater the demand, the more we see administrations acting as the spearhead, there'll be more charging points, there'll be lower prices, and there'll be less doubts overall when it comes to buying electric vehicles, and they save lots of lives. We should take people to see the plants that do the recycling, so people can really understand the dilemma that we have before us in waste management, and we believe that the municipalities should be that spearhead. But as I said, the art is in the storage of the energy that the vehicles will carry and in the charging points, the charging stations. The companies, those companies that manufacture or kind of manufacture and those that clean say that it is possible. But we need to look at the energetic cost of starting up all of this in Barcelona once it's up and running. I don't know if you understand what I mean, Carlos. There is also an important infrastructure that I believe we need to discuss here as well. We're talking about human lives. I gave you the framework. When we talk about costs, then we have arguments for not doing things. I mean, we're all inside this frame, so we're trying to find the reasons not to be on the wrong side. I would like to have 100% electric fleet, but I can't afford it. I can't pay for it all. So we have to choose make our decisions wisely. And at the end of next year, that amount that we're going to have of electric vehicles is I think, an achievement. Barcelona is the spearhead of the administrations. What is done in Barcelona, Madrid, the big cities, that is then replicated in other cities. That's why we were saying that we're on the right path. We're headed in the right direction. Let's get back to hydrogen, because I agree with Carlos here. I'm not saying this because of your defense, but I'm saying more in general because we hear hydrogen everywhere. Now we have applied next generation funds that have been given to the local administrations. This next generation, I don't know if anyone has been able to draw the absolute map of how it's reaching all of us, but it's come from the Ministry of Transport, and in the metropolitan area, among them yours, we have 163 electric buses. Zero hydrogen, no one in this application. I don't know if in any city in Spain, someone outside of Catalonia, someone has done it, but it's everywhere. We're very enthusiastic about it. Our public company of the metropolitan area for transport, the Buses of Barcelona, it's involved in a European project. It's going to have 7, and it has been wise enough to promote the first hydro generator that we have there. That's going to need a few years to reach at least the way electric things are now, which also need to grow and to extend. Well, apart from offering our product, the Blue Power product, with hydrogen, we as car makers have some innovation projects with the chassis manufacturers. We're trying to make it so that there's not such a great energetic consumption, and to come up with cells or batteries that are more compact and that aren't as large in size. So along those lines, we have a series of projects that are already up and running, things that we are working on, and these are the whole chassis of the vehicle works with electricity, and with our hydrogen project, well, it's not a technology that we can say is novel. Faun, our company in Germany, has been working with this technology since 2013. So currently, if we don't have a vehicle here, it's because our company in Germany is very cautious. They want to make sure that everything is well defined and everything, something sure before offering it to their customers. And in 2023, we can have some of these vehicles working in the Spanish market. But referring to hydrogen, we have a certain experience. We have carried out a series of tests, and we know that the technology works. And this year, we have launched another series. We're going to deliver 10 vehicles, and as of next year, we will have an increase in the delivery of vehicles. But the Found company also worked on other solutions before hydrogen with a dual power system, which was electric and gas, and they saw that it wasn't a complete solution. We weren't offering a product that was 100% clean, and for that reason, they have worked on the electric vehicle with hydrogen. We see the electric vehicle as the energy solution because we want that hydrogen there just to generate the electricity. So we could say then that we have the hydrogen in the vehicle itself. So we work with all of the important chassis builders in order to make sure that the chassis of our vehicles are adapted to this. We have several projects with Renault of having these electrified chassis, and also from the Semat brand that's totally electric. So in that sense, we do not plan to be the competitors of any chassis builder. We have a project in hydrogen, and we want to present it because we want to help. We want to help in the presentation. We want to help to provide an alternative that will help these vehicles to have more autonomy, because that is perhaps what is the biggest impediment for the garbage collection vehicles. And we have 500, 600 kilowatts per hour, and these are consumptions that are very high in electricity, and it would require a level of battery power that we just don't have, and it would go against the whole principle because it would weigh too much and therefore defeat the purpose. So we need to work with the vehicle and the technology, and we want to be more operational. Or do we want to be more operational? Do we want to have cleaner technologies? Now, another company with the light vehicles, the electric vehicles, these have been totally tested in Barcelona, and there is a large amount of small electric vehicles that have been working in this last period, and I think the technology has already been, perfected. But now our challenge is the heavy vehicle. Yes, I agree that the challenge is here, and we need
electric trucks. They are not so frequent. I mean, I do see people are working on them, but we need more. We need more to make this really sustainable mobility in the sector of waste management. I had a question left for you. Remember, I mentioned it. Nowadays, we have to talk about the public and private partnership. I mean, this collaboration has to exist and people have to talk about it. So it's important that we mention this in an event such as the one that we're participating in. So what about this public-private partnership? I mean, okay, Carlos does a lot of procurement work, but will this public-private partnership be useful to us all? Will it be good for this challenge of electrifying? I mean, I know that it's difficult. We talked about these large waste collection trucks, but yes, we want them in order to make the management more sustainable. So to go electric, what would you ask? What would you like? What would you want this public-private collaboration to be like? Well, I'm a great fan of public-private partnership. I mean, the symbiosis is just fantastic. I mean, the administration, of course, has the capability for substantial investment, and so that means substantial management, and also in a non-profit seeking way. So that means taking into account the environment, society's needs. But then on the other hand, you have, of course, the private companies. We have technical knowledge, experience, innovation, research and development. So the two fit in together very well. It's a fundamental partnership for just about any kind of project, and this one specifically. So what could I say? It's been mentioned already, yeah. We have important challenges in front of us. I mean, city councils have they have to follow the new law of climate change, and that means that there have to be low emission zones in city councils of locations with more than 50,000 inhabitants. So, I mean, they're going to be having to work a lot. And the City Council of Barcelona is just a magnificent example because they really lead the way. They lead the way, and that means, of course, they're focusing on electric mobility. How can you promote something if in your municipal services themselves you don't have electric vehicles? That would be a very bad example. So that's what people want to follow. And I mean, private companies can help public administrations because, as I said, we have experience and technical ability. One of the main challenges as to providing services with electrical vehicles is, this storing of energy and the design of the battery that you use. We've all said it, haven't we? I mean, what about the autonomy? If you need 400 or 500 kilometers without having to stop to charge, well, then that has to be taken into account. And some of us as private companies have been working for quite a few years on this, and I know that we can contribute a lot to the work carried out by public administration. So yes, I'm a great believer. In my case, I have to say, I think that there's really no key factor here. There are many key factors. We said administrations play a crucial role. Yes, of course, but those of us here, private companies, play a crucial role too, and the people listening to us as well. This is a collaboration of everyone. Obviously, the administration, the public administration, yes, I mean, we really depend on its help. Change will be impossible without the help of the administration. And I say thank you to the City Council of Barcelona because it's led the way. It's been a leader for the municipal governments, and Barcelona has shown a great example. It's going to be so important because it's an experience, yeah, and we're all going to draw conclusions from it. But what's most important is that the step has been given. I mean, the Barcelona City Council has taken a step forward towards, what has to be. And other companies, others, we all followed, but they were the leaders. They decided to move forward, and that should not be the only action. We must all participate there. We must all go beyond that because the administration is a user of sustainable transport, but the administration has to also make this sustainable transport feasible and possible. And I know it's happening. Obviously, there's a greater cost of investment if you want to invest in an electric private waste collection vehicle. But I mean, having an infrastructure, making that infrastructure easier to get to is essential because we're always talking about money, but it's not always money. It might be that there are certain limitations as to the entry in cities by electric large vehicles because don't forget they have batteries. One would have to analyze all these cases, and that's also important action. But I think that, yes, we all are part of this change. We must all lead the way for others, and all of us are necessary. In our case, our project is a public-private collaboration, as I said, through the university. And I might say in this discussion, I miss modification carried out by the European Commission as to the regulation of standards for vehicles, because the starting point here is the regulations are there, but always thinking about vehicles that are driving at 80 and 90 kilometers per hour as a speed limit. And no legal framework has been defined for vehicles in cities that would really, really help these vehicles in cities because they are well designed. They can actually drive at 80 and 90 kilometers per hour, but in cities the maximum is 40 to 50. So I miss that. This adaptation doesn't exist. So obviously, eventually to accelerate, because it very possibly is or should be a temporary modification. There's this 3,200 and so on, but there's not much more. Not much more. When we talk of equipments, vehicles that will never drive at more than 40 or 50 kilometers an hour. And, well, if we could get these vehicles to be really large and to have enormous capability, well, capacity, it would be much more efficient. And that would make us win all around. Yeah, now really Renault and us are going to do something together, because yes, the Barcelona City Council believes in electricity. We have quite a high number of electric waste collection trucks. But this would not have been possible, obviously, if we didn't have the suppliers. I mean, we write, we define, and we foster and promote. But if there's nobody coming, we all on our own. And now that I'm so happy I've got the microphone, let me finish. Listen, if at the end of 2022 we're going to be having 67% of our fleet electric, why not think about the next procurement contract in 10 years' time? Make it 100%. Why not? Why not think of it? And I don't think I'm dreaming, let me tell you. I'm already 67, so, yeah, well, electric or hydrogen, we won't fight about it. No, never mind, whatever. Just not fossil fuels. Why not? Why not? Why not? I mean, I see it. Yeah, I'm being very optimistic. I don't have data, but I see it as something close, Carlos. Yeah, you kind of feel so eager about all this, don't you? Yes, it's great. I don't know whether the audience, do we have anyone in the audience doesn't see a rosy future, or is not as enthusiastic as we are? In fact, all of us. I mean, so many men here. I don't know, how do we go about this? Do we need microphones? But please, if you have anything, if there's anyone in the audience, now would be the time to ask. Well, I have a first question. It's an item of data that I didn't really consult. I'm not as I don't work as much as you do, Carlos. What's the difference between never mind diesel? I mean, diesel engines are disappearing in general terms. I mean, really, 10 years ago, diesel was everywhere. I mean, now, never mind waste collection or whatever, but I mean, 9 to 10 years ago, it was 60%, and now as regards sales, we're selling 20% diesel vehicles. So I'm not going to be mentioning diesel, but my question is, what difference is there between a gas truck that some years ago seemed to be so fantastic and an electric truck? What's the difference we talking? Never mind the money. No, but what's the difference for you all? I mean, it's important because, yes, indeed, one has to save lives. It's what we are all we all working to do. We're closing down those zones. We have low emission zones. You are working on recycling. But of course, there's something that we have to know. I mean, this future will have to be paid. And it's what's happening with the electricity companies, right? I mean, the cost. CO2 is making it all so expensive that now electricity is really, really shocking in price. But my question, what's so good about this? If a gas truck costs 100, what's the price of its electrical equivalent? Well, comparing, yes, diesel is 100 and a natural gas is 125. And an hybrid electric vehicle would be more than 200, to give you an idea. Between 200 and 250, it depends a bit. In my case, I'm a manufacturer, aren't I? So it's, well, I mean, how much does a diesel chassis cost and gas and diesel? What are the differences in prices? I promise I won't talk about prices. What's important here is that the image changes. When you refer to diesel, I mean, that's You know, the price is slowly stepping up. Gas is also getting more expensive. But when we talk about electricity, we have to have the whole picture. That means the chassis, of course, that's more expensive. Indeed, definitely. It's a new technology. We're working on it still. And let me tell you, it's quite surprising. Sometimes we talk with clients. I mean, we're making a huge effort. All of us are making an effort, but manufacturers are also making an effort in price. I mean, if I have a totally sustainable technology, 100% electric, and then the price is just impossible to pay for you, that is not contributing much either, is it? Only research. So, what's the full image here? How much are we going to be saving regarding energy costs? And this is something we should never forget. We mustn't think so much about the price of how many dollars or euros a chassis costs of an electric vehicle, but rather what is the expenditure of the full life cycle of that vehicle during 9 to 10 years, for example, and then you get the numbers and you get the differences. Right now, the investment cost of an electric vehicle is much more expensive, but if you study this the way I'm stating it, you'll see that the difference is not so large, not at all. Maybe 30-40%, not very high compared with a diesel engine vehicle. Yeah, Carlos said it very clearly, didn't he? We shouldn't measure it so much in economic terms, but rather by other concepts, human lives, pollution. I mean, how much? Well, then, yes, we fix the price. Let me go back to the world of universities. I mean, electric engines have losses of 70% of the energy consumed. So, of every liter of petrol, only 0.3 are used to warm up and to get the bearings going. I don't know what data we have for electric engines, but frankly, I think it might be 60%. And this is the added value. This is a huge value. With the same energy, with the same amount of energy, we are multiplying times 2 the capacity. So I said at the beginning of the meeting, the problem is how to store energy, how to distribute energy, both electric and hydrogen energy. I'm convinced that we'll have both coexisting. And as has been said, electric for small range and hydrogen for high range. But of course, a waste collection truck is high range. I mean, we're talking about 600 kilowatts per hour. So that's more than a short range of any distributor that goes up and down the platform, right? Sorry, yeah. And let me say this again, in a light vehicle, and I'll dare say light and even up to 7-ton weight vehicles, electricity is a reality. Most of the people, and I'll give you the example again of the citizen, I mean, they say, I'm not buying an electric car because the autonomy, it's only 300 kilometers. But listen, how many kilometers do you drive with your car? Most people drive, 50 to 150 kilometers maximum per day. So they're going to be obtaining a very economic car if you take all the costs into account. So, I mean, technology is fine. Yes, there might be an exception, and then you'll say, well, I'm going to do a day trip. But even then, there would be enough autonomy. So with professional vehicles that are more expensive, next year we're going to be seeing incredible realities, not of last mile, but definitely as to general action plans in distribution. And this, waste collection is another reality that exists. Yeah, something else to add. It's important. You mentioned a vehicle that might be paid off in 8 to 10 years, but listen, these vehicles, and we're already finding out on the basis of our experience, we might be able to amortize in less time or more. It depends, because we have less maintenance, we have the combustion engines, there are many pieces with wear and tear, and all that we prevent. Electric engines, in that sense, are really simple, and they can last for much, much longer than thermal vehicles. Yeah, but you have to think about the repair and maintenance of an electric vehicle compared to diesel. It's 30% less for the electric car. Not only because it's easier to maintain, but on top, repairs and everything is much more simple. Yes, so Carlos, well, and all municipalities, yeah. I mean, the possibility of extending that life, you can amortize long term, and that way you make investments be better and make more sense. Because, as I said, it's a reality. We're not talking theory here, no. Yeah, I mean, well, it's, if you're going to be, yeah, circular economy conference, isn't it great that the truck collection vehicles are electric? Great. Okay, well, then there seems to be a certain consensus, definitely. We have a spectacular future in front of us, at least as regards machinery and technology, that's for sure. Well, I would like to ask the audience again whether they have any question, if anyone has a question. And, well, I really can't see whether there is any hand raised. Yeah, the interpreters will translate the answer because the gentleman is not using a microphone. Thank you. Yes, of course, but within that investment, it's not the same as buying a whole new vehicle. It would be only the battery. And although manufacturers are telling us they're promising 10 years operations in the conditions that we want them for, well, it's also something that can vary. So I think more work has to be done, definitely. Technology nowadays, yeah, the technology that's being used talks about that. But logically, yes, things must evolve and we should have batteries that last for much longer, that weigh less. I'm sure that this will improve, but even so, of course, it's not the same to amortize an investment of the whole vehicle, counting the battery, or the batteries. So I mean that, yes, those are different things. If it's only that, it would be 10 to 15 years. So yeah, batteries. We're very interested in them, aren't we? Yes, it's an interesting option to have a second life for the battery. And now that we're talking about the initial investment in these waste collection vehicles, one has to know exactly what the requisites are, what the car or vehicle needs for specific services. For example, electric vehicles or hydrogen cell vehicles are not standard vehicles, really. All the services companies are going to be using a similar vehicle, but there's something else. It depends on the previous analysis before you go on to produce the vehicle, yes, to be able to determine what the energy requisites are for that specific service that's going to be completed. And on the basis of that, work for a solution adapted to that service. So the exhaustive work carried out in the city of Barcelona is different to the municipalities, where maybe vehicles go for more kilometers, but they actually take less containers. So it's very important that the manufacturing companies, the ones that actually make these vehicles, can have this previous market research to know what the specificities must be of each vehicle, always taking into account, sorry, Carlos, always taking into account that those batteries, those cells have premature aging, so to speak. They wear out pretty quickly. And at the beginning, we talked about driving. One has to drive these vehicles in a different way. That's very important. And it was mentioned by you, David. One has to control the kind of driving the users are carrying out in each truck, because that's a determinant factor, not only as to energy expenditure, but because of the aging of batteries. Depending on how you drive, they age faster. And something else is the charging infrastructure that also exerts a huge influence. If you have poor service, and at the end of the day you have to kind of work with quick charges, that doesn't really work for the life cycle of the vehicle. So these are many factors together that one has to work on to make sure that electric technology applied to hydrogen as well can work. In our case, the product that we offer tries to, well, we believe it definitely comes to solve the problem of autonomy. When we talk about autonomy, it's not only the fact of saying, yes, I've got a vehicle that will last me out 300 kilometers. No, I do agree with you, Ignazi. With 300, I mean, basically, you're going to be having a normal life. But then there's that psychological thing, yes? You're driving the vehicle, you see the autonomy going down, and you suffer and you think, gosh, am I going to be left stranded with an empty battery here? Well, the fact of having this sufficient autonomy not to have any problems is important, and that, yes, is important. So then we have to have an infrastructure of hydrogen charging stations. In Germany, there are 70 hydrogen charging stations. In Spain, there are 4, and 2 that are being prepared. One in Barcelona that could be used precisely for pilot testing. The one in Zona Franca here in Barcelona, yes, it's a project one. Listen, I wouldn't like people of other municipalities to leave this event thinking that the electric vehicles are a luxury that only for waste collection and that only Barcelona can pay. Not at all, not at all. If we're going to be having 880 hybrid vehicles in our fleet, this is because we can and we want to. I understand that other municipalities are also analyzing the possibilities, but it has to be a priority. So please don't get this false idea of Barcelona. Barcelona, it's not Barcelona. I mean, it has to be all of us, because change in the metropolitan area, of the conditions that have to do with pollution don't depend only on what Barcelona does, but what everybody does, even the local police, yes? So everyone, all of us together. So please don't just get this idea of Barcelona, Barcelona. I think all this is possible. You're talking about challenges. I talk more about realities, truthfully. If we were to analyze the different vehicles, we would see that, yes, there are some, we will be having some electric vehicles, sweepers, moppers, obviously small deliveries. So if you analyze your needs or you study your needs properly, I'm sure you will find that window of opportunity to make sure that you have electric vehicles. I mean, the other day they called me from a small provincial town in Spain and they were saying, listen, I'm working on the contract. I want 2 electric trucks. And I said, 2? What 2? I mean, just say that you want electric trucks, full stop. Don't specify. I mean, why 2? Why 2? I found it very weird that we don't want 2. We want all of them to be electric. And then we'll do what we can. Yeah, I agree. It's the present. It's not the future. I mean, the present is that the lorries are here. As manufacturers, we can say we've got one outside. It's a reality. This exists. And furthermore, I invite you all to test all the demo vehicles we have so that you see how they work, what the autonomy range is, the way these vehicles adapt to different uses. It's the best way to see and to prove that electric vehicles exist and that waste collection can be electric. We're running, well, we're really out of time, but is there any final question? Okay. Well, so then we will stay with this optimistic message. And yes, indeed, waste management as well. We are pioneers in waste management as well as to collection, sustainability, circularity. Yes, so let's be optimistic. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
house music. music. dance music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats music. Beats music. beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. music. beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music.
Good afternoon to everyone, to each and every one of you. After lunch, we now move on to one of the round tables that we're going to have today. Well, for those of you that don't know it, we have three different topics going on, and this is the one that has to do with technologies for public service machine. We have Maria Tos, who is the only one that doesn't need a presentation in this Congress, because it's well known that she is in charge of the waste agency, and she has been also mayor representing Europe, representing the municipal world at the European level. And that makes her one of the experts that we could possibly find. So I give the floor then to Josep Maria. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to moderate this round table. At this time of the day, they've put us in these metallic seats so we don't fall asleep. I'm going to speak in Spanish. So thank you all for your presence here today. So as I said, our seats are more uncomfortable than yours, and I hope you follow us carefully. I think we'll have some very interesting ideas, because we are facing some amazing challenges. And the municipalities and other structures of municipal and public areas, and we know we need more legislation, we need better legislation without a doubt in this area of selective waste collection. Now, there's one thing that's very interesting in the formula, and that is technology. Now, we have visited many fairs, everything from Municipalia to so many others, and we have seen things from the local perspective, vehicles that are intelligent, vehicles that do many different things. But, you know, this smart city has reached the area of waste, of trash, of rubbish, of garbage, and it's here to help, to provide solutions. Those that are here to help to provide solutions. Therefore, they are here to help all of us, to help the local community, to help us in the selection, using artificial intelligence and other technological abilities. They're trying to optimize using diverse tools. So the key is to identify the user. This is the great challenge that we have. How can we break this glass ceiling that we have in the selective collection that has been stagnant for so many years now? It's clear to us that 26 October 2021, everyone knows what is in each one of the containers. Why don't they do it though? Why don't they do that? So we've reached this glass ceiling, and the new technologies are going to help us, hopefully, to break this glass ceiling, because some people do it because they don't feel like. There's some people that never recycle until we touch their pockets. As I've said in the past, as my grandmother Maria said, people will move their asses for 5 cents. So imagine what they'll do for €1. So that's the key. We shouldn't, beat around the bush any longer. Yes, we have to do awareness campaigns. We have to have technicians on the street, but we have to do something serious. Why don't we drive at 170 kilometers per hour on the highway? Well, because there's someone behind the column, behind the pillar, will take a photograph and send us a bill, send us a ticket. So now, don't tell me, I don't speed, not because I've grown up and I'm mature now, I have white hair. No, it's because there's something at stake of mine, which is getting a ticket. So it's all about the pocket, about the wallet. Therefore, if we look at the percentages of, we will change the percentages of selective collection. once there is a consequence. For example, if someone does it regularly, they pay less of a tax. So that's the idea, to discriminate between users, and based on a tax that is a fair one based on participation, and at the same time with the support of other technologies which would lead us to transparency. Citizens want transparency. What happens with their waste? How is it handled and managed? It's good for information to be sent from the Department of Environmental Affairs, but the information should be more transparent. People want to know what is happening. So I hope that Sylvia and my other colleagues can help us to understand this better. We're here to provide solutions. And obviously, the world of technology, of all of these technological aspects are in different processes of maturation. Those of you that are at the level that work for the municipalities, you know how that is, and it's wonderful to have these professionals here with us. But I would ask them to introduce themselves with 5 minutes just to tell us what it is that they do. And I'm going to begin with Angel, who's not here to sell us anything, but he's here to tell us about his experience in Pamplona, and what context, what circumstances. Angel is responsible for the collection of urban waste. And so, Angel, tell us a bit. I'll give you the floor in just a moment. After that, we have Jordi Duran. He is from Citizen. He is the technical director. To my left is Daniel de la Fuente, who is the director of the business unit for containers of Ros Roca. Then we have Luis Zufiria, who is the managing director of Segerbost. We have Silvia Gregorini, that works for Picvisa in the business development. And finally, Albert David, who's the technical director of MOBA. So let's begin with Jordi Duran telling us who he is and what it is that he does. Well, good afternoon to everyone. As I represent Citizen. In the technical side, we develop solutions in the waste collection sector, different access control technologies, and control for the collection and cleaning in the administration in general. That's it? All right. You have 5 minutes. That's okay. Good afternoon. I am Daniel de la Fuente. I'm the director of business, the container business at the Ros Roca company. Ros Roca is a Catalan company from Tàrrega and Lleida that's been in the sector for over 70 years, designing and developing and manufacturing both of collection trucks as well as the containers themselves. The issue of containers, well, we could go back many years, but it's been 20 years since the year 2000 that Ros Roca decided to design and develop a side load container. That was the first one that was developed in plastic with self-molding technologies. In 2010, we invented the Barcelona model, which is the one that we have in the cities, such as Barcelona, Madrid, different cities throughout Spain. And now we are in the midst of a new launch of a container, a smart container, an intelligent container, a sustainable container or bin, and that communicates. And these three main words that I'm mentioning, smart, communication with the user, and sustainable, I guess we'll have time throughout this session to be able to elucidate on that and to go into further detail. Luis, if you allow me, I have a brief presentation. I am from San Sebastian, from the Segerbost company, and we do the control of access to containers. We have electronic locks to control the use of the containers for waste. So all of our activity is oriented towards one goal, and that is to help the administration to have a greater rate of recycling. That's our clear objective in each one of the activities and the steps that we take. The how for us is through the proposal of a tool that is effective, which is an electronic lock that has to comply with a series of requisites, and it has to take into account the needs and the conditioning factors of each one of the parts involved, each one of the stakeholders in this. On the one hand, it's the citizens, because what we do has to be thought so that the citizen can do it in a simple way. Any effort that we have to ask of the citizen has to be very limited. The more we complicate the interaction, the lower the response will be. I know that's somewhat exaggerated, but you know that Amazon has patented a click. No one can buy with a click. Well, everyone has to go to 2 clicks because Amazon has the patented 1-click purchase. You'll see that on any article that's sold on the internet. And they defend that with great vigor. And what we do, we always do that, taking into account that the customer, the user, the citizen, it has to be easy for them. And it cannot fail, because that citizens that made the effort to separate can feel unmotivated. That's something to avoid. And those that don't want to recycle would have an excuse. They'll say, well, since this thing doesn't work, I'm not going to recycle. So we have a relationship with the maintenance and cleaning services. Any device that we install has to be easy to maintain, because unfortunately we don't have the control of this equipment in order to be able to handle that internally. And another aspect to take into account is the needs of the municipal technicians. They have to have access to the reports, to the information, and we do that through a SIM card, which is incorporated into all of our locks that send their data, well, every day or whenever we decide, to the platform, where the technicians can either download or they can go to the platform and prepare any kind of a report. We have been able to provide every report that the technicians have asked us for, and so they're available to everyone. And finally, we're there to respond to all of this. We need robustness and efficiency, adaptability, because unfortunately, until now, and I say until now, there has never been a manufacturer of containers to think of having a container that can be locked. So we find many variables, different materials, different shapes. So the solution that we have developed, in theory, can adapt to all of those. A critical issue in this is that all of these systems work with batteries, and the duration, the length of the time the battery will last is key. We have added the necessary plaques in order to be able to use the energy of the sun. The oldest ones that we have in use are 4 years, and they are working as well as they ever have since the first day. They can last as long as the container, but I suppose we could debate that. But we can gather the data through the SIM card, and every day there's a communication between the platform and the devices, and they receive our orders to be open, close, to cancel cards. All of that is done remotely, and that is an issue, so that these can be used so that there are no limitations. Now, we have not wanted to introduce any system that required pushing a button. Our lock is constantly awake, if we can call it that, and we have the battery thanks to the solar panel, but you don't have to push anything for it to open. You just bring the card up close. And what we're doing is now to install cards that can open either with a phone or with a card. With a telephone, we have decided to use Bluetooth technology because it's the one that's most accessible. There are two drawbacks, however. You have to bring the telephone very close, and secondly, not all cell phones have that possibility. So we took to Bluetooth because you can open at a distance of 2 meters, and all telephones have that. And we're looking for duplicity. We want to open the application, look for the adequate container, and that's it. You have nothing else to do, always looking to make it more accessible and practical for the users. And sorry, I think I've gone over my time. Sylvia? Good afternoon. I am Silvia Gregorini. I am from Pigmisa. Pigmisa is a technological company that offers an artificial intelligence and artificial vision solutions applied to the world of recycling. All of our solutions are a combination of these two components. Our knowledge of technology and our experience in the sector of recycling, in the field of recycling. We have the conventional optical separation, and in recent years we have been leaning towards new solutions such as robotic solutions. Why? Well, we believe that there is always something to add, there is always something to optimize in the processes of the program. That is the key of our to our company, and today we are here more than anything to express the idea that technology is not a limit. It's not a limiting factor. It's not a boundary. We believe that we can recycle more and better. And apart from the topics of recycling for detecting and separating waste. In recent months, we have invested a great deal in measurement, because we believe it's a third variable that is very important. And for that reason, a good part of our development, apart from improving our solution of detection and separation, we are now in the phase of being able to provide information of what is happening. We believe that the technologies that we are using, which are artificial intelligence and artificial vision, can allow us to go beyond where we've been so far, to recycle more and better. The goal is to recycle more and better, and to measure, and thus be able to have greater transparency. I suppose that we'll have a chance to discuss this topic more as we go along.
Hi, I'm Albert Ali. I represent a German company, Mola, with international representation. Next year will be our 50th anniversary. So 20 years in Spain already as MOBA. And what we do is design, manufacture, and develop robust electronics for very aggressive environments such as civil construction, markets, agriculture, and waste. And as regards the waste sector, we work on technology systems to identify containers for the application of door-to-door systems, weighing systems for vehicles, weighing containers, container locking systems. So what we do is we develop and we sell technology that can be applied in the waste industry. And we offer solutions that integrate everything, the hardware and all the software components, in order to manage all the collection services, in order to help the service itself through planning of routes and optimizing routes too. Yes, okay. Now you, what about the experience? Hi, good afternoon. First of all, my thanks to the organizers for having invited me to share with you all what our experience is and what it is that we're doing. But most especially, thank you, because I'm learning so much about technology and about experiences that are being developed in other regions of Spain, and especially here in Catalonia. I'm the kind of outsider here, as happened to Javier López Vázquez in the speech before lunch. I'm a technician, I'm not a technologist. But I am someone who requires technology because we provide services, and what we need is technology that will help us improve the services we render and attain the goals that the different legal frameworks demand that we comply with. Right now we're working on two projects. One is improving the sorting of organic matter in waste collection, and the other is the development of a project for design and building of a new environmental center for the treatment and management of organic and other types of waste. So where we are, it's a local entity including 50 city councils, Pamplona in the north of Spain and the metropolitan area. We also have rural communities, and we serve more than 370,000 inhabitants. And we work on water services, waste management, collection, selection, treatment, urban transport, also bus and taxi, and river management. We've been working on waste and recycling for a long time, and I could say that in some areas we're doing very well as regards separate collection of paper and glass. We over 70% there. In light packaging, 50%, but our weakest point is organic waste. We started with separated organic waste in 2013. And in the same way as we have been doing everything, really, because in 1992 we started with the first container for sorting different collection. We separated the glass and then paper. Then some years later we started separating packaging from paper, and then we had the yellow coming in, and then in 2013 the legal framework told us that we had to also do the same for organic matter. We decided to start with this separation. So well, we have more colors now. We have the brown, okay, for the organic, and then gray for the rest, and we did this with a mechanical lock. The results, although, well, they seemed very positive, but 4 years later, we're not even at 20% in this separate collection. I mean, very good quality collection, but we've not got the quantity we would like. So we thought then, what was it that we had to do? And what did they do in other cities? And where they had the best yield, especially in the separation of organic waste. So with our features and specificities, and also taking into account, well, who we are and how many people there are. From there, well, some conclusions were drawn, and on the basis of that, we started with a pilot test. The result has been very good in 2 neighborhoods of the metropolitan area for 10,000 inhabitants. And, well, we've gone on now to deploy it in the rest of the area. So what we really want, or at least the conclusions of the study, were that we had to end being anonymous in the way people deposit waste. I mean, that dramatically changes the behavior of citizens. So it has to stop being anonymous, definitely. Then you have to make sure that those actions that you don't want, you have to make them difficult to practice. And then there has to be a feedback for the citizens, but a personalized feedback. Yes, I mean, with personalized communications based on the behavior of every citizen. And, well, these are the conclusions. So at the end of the day, what we want is not so much to talk or have a specific technology, but rather a system and a service. We want to attain some goals, and we want to see what's on the market to attain the goals that we're interested in. And so, well, it's clear that nowadays, in order to obtain good results in this separate collection, there are 2 well-known systems. One is door-to-door, or access control to containers with ID of the user. So, well, we're working on this. And then also, as persons that require technology, we're working in another project, which is the preparing of the environmental center of our territory. And we want technology for a good separation of the materials that we collect separately in origin. And obviously, we're never going to get purity of 100%. So, in the case of light packaging, for example, it's very difficult to get to a container for bricks and others for film, plastic, and so on. It's very difficult to get there. So, well, I guess we'll need better technology in the plants to separate the different materials, and especially the remainder fraction. So what we are looking for is for technology, and that means technologists to develop products that are useful for us to attain the goals that we have. And so it might be different boxes in containers, it might be volumetric sensors in containers, special locks, whatever. But the aim, of course, is to make sure that we have or obtain technologies which apply to our service, optimize what we do, and help us attain our goals. Yes, indeed, it's what we meant. It's having practical solutions. Yes. Yeah, I can't really see. Hands up if anybody has a question or a remark or something to say, please. Now's the moment. Hands up. Whoops, yeah, five. Yeah. And those of you preparing tenders, who's contemplating these special containers? Some are very long-standing contracts. So here you have potential clients, don't you? The first question, so that we have a Q&A session here. What is it that makes you worry? I mean, what's the state of the art in technology that has to do with locks and control, which is what we all worried about? Yes, I mean, the audience, I'm sure, must be interested. I mean, how do you manage to close, to lock things? Do we have the technology? Is it working well? Yeah, it's me. I'm moving and the microphone makes a noise. Sorry. Well, what we don't really see is where are we going to get to as to the mobile use in containers. I mean, there's a whole range of possibilities that's not been exploited. And I'm saying this because I think that the previous stages have been solved already, at least. Well, what we have has solved all that. But the use of the mobile, of the smartphone, opens up possibilities that are not calibrated and not exploited, because as to what you were saying before, yeah, of having a kind of bi-directional channel with the user, the tool for that is going to be the cell phone, the smartphone, definitely, yeah? So if you use the smartphone to open, well, then that's a connection with the user. And both data of the use by the user and anything that has to do with possible problems, rates, and obviously, well, other practical informations, such as the fact that, I don't know, the container will be closed tomorrow, or, saying things to users. But this is something that's still very much at the beginning, and I guess it has to be developed, yes, regarding technology. But for the rest, well, the relationship between the administration and these technologies has to evolve, because there are new ways of managing all this right now, and they are emerging. I mean, the model is an established model. The administration purchases the containers and the locks, and those belong to the administration, and then, well, it's third parties that carry out the maintenance of all that. But now things are changing, in the sense that the administration wants service. It's what he was saying, what Angel was saying before. So very possibly that's the direction we'll go into. We'll go towards that the administration will pay for that service. So then the administration won't purchase anything, but will simply outsource all that. That's what I think will be the next step. Yes, before the other remarks, he was saying, yeah, as to technology, yeah, but then the legal and administrative things also are there. And we've all had the experience that sometimes when you compete in a tender, your offer is not accepted because there are some aspects or scenarios that the local legislator is not ready for, and then you don't comply with that. So, I mean, all this world of tenders and offers and rules and regulations has to be updated too. And then if it's pay per use, I mean, well, who does this belong to? So should we only pay for the percentage of collection? And will it all be more proportional? I don't know. What do you think? Smartphones, yes, it's kind of the pending issue here, isn't it? What do you think? Well, yeah, this is more related to the first question. I mean, we've heard this, haven't we? I think that the locking technology, I mean, you can close a container properly and take data, and you can actually work on variants and make sure that it's not a card, but a cell phone, a smartphone, that can be the tool to open and close, and you can also have communication with the citizen. Because really the way I see it, and I'm thinking out loud here, I mean, technology is feasible nowadays to close a container and have the data. Yes. But there's also a part of the maturation of the deployment and implementation process itself. I mean, it's very important that you get the idea across. I mean, what has been taken into account with that interaction? Yes, I mean, midterm, for example, when you have to have an access policy and you want to improve results, what about packaging? Will you have to kind of close that, calibrate? There's a whole process in which right now, well, there are some experiences that have been taking place, and people are working on improving what there is, making all these processes better, more efficient. I mean, we have, hybrid systems of door-to-door with closed containers, also part of what many municipalities do. So I think that sometimes the locking container system is applied to the container, but if you don't change the collection model, well, then it seems to be an easier change. And in fact, it's the service that has to have a full accompaniment in communication, maintenance, and so on, as much as though it were a door-to-door service, because what you want to change is the habits of the citizens. And you want to explain very well, when you identify the citizens, you want to explain why you're doing it, why they can do this, why they can't, why they have to take the remainder fraction to one container and other things to another. So beware, because the technology is here, but one must know how to implement it and what to count on during the implementation process. There's something else too that's crucial, which is the technical evolution of the container itself. There are some new generation containers that allow you to have or incorporate a lock easily. And there are some containers where that's impossible, but in many you can adapt a lock. So, I mean, that can be done. If I were a municipal government, I really would think about it. I mean, what container will I buy with what kind of lock? What is it I want to do with that? So all these things are part and parcel of a new implementation model that the municipalities are experimenting with. So technology accompanies, and it has to go along with the improvement of the implementation process, which at the end of the day means the better management, yeah? And in general terms, this is my opinion. There's also something else I see. It's as though maybe a bit more distant, but decisions are being made now as we speak. And something that has to be worked on is technological compatibility, because really a municipality might have a locking system today and might have another one in 10 years' time. And that might solve some specific things that are not solved by the other. And they'll combine all this with a door-to-door collection system. But I mean, they would have to anticipate more. And when you talk about technology, think about what you're going to be doing in the future. How will you grow? How will you increase? How will you complement? All that has to be taken into account. So as regards the state of the art, the technology is here, but it's not only this. I mean, technology per se doesn't solve anything like a magic wand would. Rather, the whole process has to be well designed, well managed, well supervised, and this then is a key factor for the success of such solutions. Indeed, Indeed, it's true. So it's not only technology, but it's a whole process of data management, of supervision, organization, and organizing and managing information. Definitely, yes, indeed. So it's not just selling a product and forgetting about it. Indeed. Yes, please. You feel something was said about what you do. Yeah, well, following with Jordi's speech, we make containers. And because we do, we have obviously talked a lot about Icon, the new container. I like to highlight that we started working on this super project in 2016 and it was officially launched in 2019. That's 3 years work, no less. And I always compare the development of a container with the development of a car, although it might seem very strange and very different. But here there's a super important phase of design as an aesthetic concept. And we see the importance of aesthetics in something that's there out in the street. And I mean, when we kind of leave our homes, we find a container down there outside our door. So we at the company give great importance to how pretty or how ugly this product is. Then second, that's why I always talk about design, development and manufacturing. As to development in this project of the new Icon container, it's a smart container. Well, the premise from day one was to develop a container that would make life easier for all the integrators existing in the market. When I say integrators, I mean we have 3 examples. Citizen, MOBA, and Cigarbost are precisely this, because we wanted to change the way we had been working with them in the past. Why? Well, we have been working intensely, of course, and with very good results with the 3 present here at this panel. How did people work before? You had a container that was something made out of plastic. It was out there on the street. The different companies would come, and then sometimes they would come and they would say to us, please help us to put this system, this volume sensor, this ID system, this lock, and what we internally call the bits and bobs to make it work. I mean, so many different models on the market. I mean, right from day one, when we started working on the development of the new container, we said we're going to make life easier for those who implement waste collection. So then it's this smart concept, and we thought about having a container that were ready to transform quickly and efficiently and adapt to all these devices. A very, very important thing here is to make sure that it were isolated from the waste. I mean, up till now you had the container and you had kind of all the rubbish there, yes, and you were mixing everything. You were mixing very sophisticated technology with GPRS and RIF technology, but this is in contact with organic waste or packaging or paper, so that's really not something that goes well together. With the new container, I like to talk about platform. The container is in fact a platform to adapt all these systems. A second problem we could see about the market is that as well as having a space where to actually place these devices, the containers, there was all this complexity entailed by the mechanical side of things. What do I mean by the mechanical side of locks? Because that's what I'm talking about. It means, you know, the part of the door, the mechanical door that has to be actioned for opening. And it was very difficult to integrate the different locks that were on the market, integrate them all in the container. And that's why, like Roslock and the state of the art we're talking about and that was being asked of us, we decided to develop our own locking system with our own mechanics. I mean, it's a bit difficult to explain now in 2 minutes, but that mechanical part has a cable, it has a connector, and with that connector, it's always optional, of course. You can connect Citizen, Cigarbos, and MOBA, and you name it, all the different companies that are out there on the market. And this is the state of the art of our platform, our Icon platform right now.
I agree with the other speakers. I think that the technology is mature now. And as in the case of anything, Well, it's grown, it's improved here less, but in other countries, as a technology that has been tested for quite some years. Obviously, it doesn't work the same in one country as in another. The realities are different. The containers are often different, but there is a process, and we closed containers, as Jordi and Danny were saying. We were placed on containers that weren't designed to be locked, with the problems that that could entail, and little by little the containers are adapting to this reality, which is that of having a lock. But the lock itself is a robust and tested technology. And bringing that to your question about the mobile phone, I think all technology has to adapt to the reality, and the reality is that the cell phone is there. It's what the citizen uses, and it's a part of the citizen. So we can't leave that to one side. And as we've heard, this has to be something that facilitates. You cannot make it complicated for the citizen. And if you use the cell phone, well, it becomes a tool to make it more convenient. And I think our presence is already mature. I think we're in a good state, a good position. I would like to add one thing that I found to be very interesting on the part of the technology. It's clear that our experience is more on another side of that process, but there are some elements that we have in common. And what seems very interesting to me of what has been mentioned is that sometimes, in order to favor the implementation of our new technologies, we need to find alternative ways of doing it. And the service is one of the key issues. We have experience with this type of sales, and we see that it is something that allows for the customer to digest that technology. What we're trying to do is to provide solutions, and well, the customer doesn't need to know all the details of the technology, but we do have to help the user with a service rather than to sell a product. We sell a service. And I think that this is a key issue for the implementation of these new developments. Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Sylvia. Talking about selection, what can this mean for the recovery of materials? Well, as refers to selection, a key aspect is the detection of the materials and to identify the different types of waste. In this sense, when we talk about 4.0 in the area of recycling, I think a key element are the new technologies that we have been able to obtain and we've been able to introduce. Up until recently, the optical separation and artificial vision was based on technologies that were quite mature on the market, but that had certain limitations. The biggest novelty with new generation algorithms is that now we can respond to some of the problems that weren't resolved, some types of detection that couldn't been done till now. Not only that, and I'm talking specifically about the combination between the infrared technology and artificial intelligence technology and deep learning algorithms. Well, by integrating these technologies, we are able to have much more information of the waste that is being treated. Well, I wouldn't so much say information, but data. And that data can be turned into information, which is important to know where we are and to know what we are going through at each moment. And summarizing, the technology on the one side allows us to detect it better, but not only that, it also allows us to measure and to evaluate what it is that we're doing. Sorry, we're not hearing the microphone of the moderator. Well, when we're talking about a new contract, everything is very clear. We want this new technology, but we'll pay the same. Sorry, we're having difficulty. His microphone is not working. That has an impact. Of course, the additional technology has an impact on the final product. So we have to find the balance between a better product that is going to give us better results and how we can combine that with the political pressure that exists when elections are around the corner. So this balance, this I mean, when we talk about collecting the rubbish or the garbage from a home at 72 euros a year for a whole family, I mean, how should we do this? Do we have to go and ask for a miracle? Now, when we talk about the cost to the citizen, this has certain connotations that escape our area of expertise. But there's another part of the equation, which is that of the cost of the management of the waste. The experience that we have in Guipúzcoa, in the north of Spain, which is what I know best, is what has been established is a differential between the cost of going from 1 ton of waste to organic, and that is such a considerable difference that it leads us to find the means to have just a fee for the organic waste. That's about 50 euros a ton of organic waste. It's more expensive than the rest. So if you are able to increase the fee of organic by 6 or 8 points, it has compensated for the investment that you've had to make in technology, and that optimizes entire procedures. But it's the administration itself that has to establish the limits and say, well, I mean, this is in line with the European directives. I mean, it's no longer 20 euros a ton that has to be treated, that has a cost, and that has to be included in the price. And so we have to look at the administration on the one side, establishing clear objectives and a path to follow, and then the citizens, well, they have to understand that things cost, and that's a miracle. Because if you're a politician and you raise taxes or add a tax, well, obviously the other politicians will destroy you. So optimally, it should be the way you say, but politics don't work that way. There are many aspects involved, and they do not make things more rational. Here we are proposing having the data, and from that point we can establish systems for rewards. We can have an escalation. I mean, it's never recommended to impose a tax, but there has to be a difference between those that recycle and those that don't. That's something that should be assumed by all. The cost, what about cost and service and how that cost? There's a cost, and that cost is to improve the results, and my opinion is that this technology that we are seeing in some municipalities has lots of possibilities, if it's well implemented, to reach results that will be considerably positive, and that's part of what we were saying at the start. Once you implement that, we have to bet on that. We have to go in that direction so that the implementation can can be done properly. If we put it on the scale, the cost of technology in collection, which is the equivalent of the cost of a container as compared to other models that are implemented in this sense, I think that there's a space, there's a margin there for implementing technology with sufficient, the sufficient possibility of reaching the results which we hope in turn will have will avoid costs of taking things to the landfill, and so there's a higher percentage of recycling. Of course, in this process, the container, we have to also take into account that we use it individually, but it's a group component, and a closed container depends more on the process of implementation of the system. Let me give you a comparison in a door-to-door situation. If they don't collect the rubbish in the container, there are cards that you give to the neighbors, and the neighbors feel more controlled, but they can carry out a normal use unless they have an access policy that restricts them to certain times of the day or the week, or if there are tax incentives. So we improve the technology so that if the process is done properly, then they get some kind of a reduction. Well, that can be done only if the technology improves, and we can use that to measure all of this. And then, of course, we can do a financial evaluation and say, okay, well, I'm going to use this objective, this goal, and you can find a way to make a return, to have some kind of reward for the user with on the mobile phone or on a card. So I believe that volunteer aspect, the dependence on this process of implementation, which is key, where we have the new technologies in communication, cell phones, etc. All of this, if it's well explained, if it's explained properly, it can provide better access if people understand it, and they can thus participate in this habit of being citizens in a better way. So sometimes technology and the immediate response can help you in that direction. Well, we have to look at those aspects on the one hand in the case of administration for, making sure that certain projects are carried out. We have to make sure that there's a political will, and that has to be shared with the citizens. And then there's the economic side. The bottom line is not doing anything is always cheaper than trying to reach the objectives that we have. So that's essential. It's obvious that when these projects are placed on the table, and when you talk about millions, the politician says, okay, let's do a campaign. And it seems that campaigns don't cost anything, but actually they do. So let's do an awareness campaign, and then sometimes the politician changes, and then we go back to square one again. So, and speaking of communication campaigns, in our projects with containers, an €8 million campaign, 2 million is for awareness campaigns, because it is a key aspect. It's essential. We have to convey the message. We have to convince the citizenship of what we're doing and why we're doing it. I think that in the end, you don't just use technology for the sake of using it. It's because you want to change something. And based on the theoretical approach, the data tells us this. You're increasing the separation of waste. Then we don't pay as much. And with that, we already save part of the original expense. But an important aspect is to make sure that the citizens are participating. You can't impose a system. You have to explain it clearly, and you have to provide tools. And once again, we're back to the cell phone, so that the citizen can have the data, see how they're doing. They can see how many contributions they've made. So obviously, all of this should end up in a fair tax or pay by use, etc. So, as Sylvia said, it's something that allows you to measure so that you can reach that objective. This is the path. The costs, well, as Ankel said, well, the cost of not doing anything is the cheapest. But I think that the bottom line is that this is paid for. This has to be paid for sure. Thank you. There are two scenarios. One, political will is necessary for there to be changes. What many of you have is that the European Union and the Spanish legislation is here, the Catalan legislation is here. Sometimes it may seem very far if we think of the European Union. So the management of waste doesn't give you votes. So let's forget about that. There are other things that are more attractive. Management of waste could even draw from your votes. So, as you've all said, communication is essential. Why are we locking the containers? Well, after a period of adaptation, we're going to go to the application of a fair tax. So it's going to require some time. We're not going to do it tomorrow. And when we get to the fair tax, then there is some controversy because people say this is like a Chinese city where everything is controlled. They're invading my privacy. How do we combine the protection of data, the fact that someone can have information about Josep Maria Tos? What does he care if I go 3 times a week? I do one type of organic waste, and the other days I'm doing normal waste. I mean, what do they care? Well, that gets complicated with the use of the cell phone. This can be resolved easily. Well, at least a solution that we have provided that we're using is that the use of the container with a card is blind. We don't know the name of the user. In any case, we have the code of that card or the address. It's linked to an address. So there's no interference with the law of data protection. With the cell phone, well, that still needs to be legislated. We're not completely sure what the framework is. It's clear that there's personal information there, personal data, and we're going to have to resolve that some way, in one way or another. It's not very well defined. When we have a user to register, we ask for permission for what they're going to do. It's voluntary, and if they don't want to do it, they don't. Are there any problems with the putting it into practice? Well, concerning the data, at the level of data protection, this is the formal law already considered this aspect of how we have to implement this, the procedure that has to be followed, because it's not just technology, but it also has to do with the people that manage it. And at the administration, we have our own process. So there are a series of contracts that go from the citizen, the neighbor, says, we're going to get your information and we're going to use it for this. And I mean, we're very used to that type of situation. There is an entire process when we gather data, and we have to bring together the administration and third parties in a municipality, and I'm sure there are lots of details, and some of them will be quite complex, but in the end, I think that there's a rule, there's a framework of directives, of rules that basically establish a contract, and we have to regulate that just as there are framework directives for security and other things. So, as you said, perhaps the part that we don't find in a standard framework such as the one we have on data protection or the one on security, what happens when the citizen says, well, you're controlling my data, and then the administration has to identify and explain that it needs that data to apply a just tax, and this to introduce an ordinance at this level, it's something that can be done, but we need to explain it so that people don't feel controlled, and that for them to know that that's not our objective, that you pay depending on what you do. And I think that within the framework of taxes and the framework of data information, personal data. We see there the importance of the following up. We explain that to the citizens. Each of us have our platforms. Now, perhaps one of the ways to solve this will be for the administration to begin to demand the platforms to be neutral. In other words, for our platforms should dump the data that the administration has access to in one same place. And our management of the data would be limited in time. We gather the information, we use the tools that we have to send them to that platform, to upload them to that platform, and that's the end of it for us as far as that data. I think that may be the way to go in the future. Perhaps someone in the audience can help us. We're not hearing him very well because he's not using the microphone in this case. Well, your agency could be an instrument. Well, the legislation, if we're talking about a fair tax, then this is the budget, and we can have 4 or 5 different scenarios, and this drives them crazy. So we need to pacify the data a bit. And once again, we apologize. The gentleman is not holding the microphone close enough for us to pick up the sound. In Catalonia, there are 947. You can see many communities where this would also help. In our case, talking about data protection in our pilot program that we introduced in 2018, that is still up and running, despite the fact that we looked at the data in order not to have problems. We had, we received a fine from Data Protection Agency because we understood that the address was not a personal data, but it's a complex world. So for all of this process, we hired an expert to be able to take into account all of these issues. And the important thing is when the citizen gets the card or when they request something, that the protection of data will be working.
I'm afraid the gentleman is not using the microphone, so we're not getting any sound. I'm sorry. It's impossible to translate the chairperson. So I guess that you had to start implementing data control processes, right? And this had to go together with the solutions that you were giving. Yes, well, rather you have to adapt to this legal framework. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because we have contracts with water services, so one has to adapt. And using these smart cards, new, cell phones, you name it. Okay, a last question. And then we will open the floor for the audience. So start thinking about your questions, because I'm moving on to the last section, at least for Angel, but for most of you. So think 5 or 10 years ahead. What about waste collection? What do you think, the municipal world will be as to waste collection and management? Well, in 5 years' time, we should definitely be complying and attaining the goals. I mean, I think we're in a position to do so, and this will be the next step to attain those goals. And what after that? Well, to make the service we render more efficient. That is the second step, and technology has a very important role to play there in order to get to that level of service efficiency, right? Obviously, and linking this up with the other section, I mean, artificial intelligence, yes, systems that learn and that learn how to be more predictive and to anticipate. Well, technology can help plenty here. So, and this will mean that we're more efficient and we reduce costs once we've attained the goals, which is definitely the next step, and this is totally attainable. And after that, yes, greater efficiency. Anyone else? Sylvia? Well, as to the prediction bit, yes. Anticipation is the name of the game, because up till now we've always been very reactive in the solutions that we were providing. And I think that technology and the whole system, the fact that we talk about a platform is very indicative. A platform is something connected. It's something that allows you to determine relations between every one of the links of the chain. And that way you can anticipate, you can be much more efficient because you're not correcting, but rather you anticipate how to improve things before they actually happen. Yes, technology has come to stay, and the results that we obtain will depend very much on this very complex equation of user, maintenance, technicians, and technology. If we are able to combine the potential, the technological potential with adequate management, then yes, the goals will be attained. In Gipuzkoa, we have cases that actually meet those requisites, and right now we at 65% recycling, no less. So it's simply a question of applying technology properly and having the goals very, very clear. Yes, just let me comment something. Here we have a clear example, both of the Basque country as the Navarra community in the north of Spain. These are regions that have a certain advantage in the implementation of these systems. They've been doing it for longer. And I mean, now we're here in Catalonia, and I don't think it's necessary to invent things that have been invented already. It's better maybe to follow the example of some regional governments that have been the first to open the way for the rest. And well, an example of this is the implementation. We've had very positive experiences and experiences that have not been so positive regarding the way citizens accept all these technologies. So an investment is made, and as we were mentioning before, it's quite substantial investment. I mean, the costs are high, but okay, once the government says, yes, we're going to spend the money, what everybody is interested in is that technology works. What cannot be is that after 1 or 2 weeks, we start having problems because of hooliganism or because of a lack of acceptance. Sometimes citizens just drop the bag near the container. That's the best possible situation. In the worst is citizens that try and force the container or the ID system, or they try and steal the cells or the solar panels that are useless to them, but that's what they do. And this kind of vandalism, we have to really work on educating, on telling people about all this before we put all these systems at the reach of citizens. So we have to have a staged deployment, so to speak, so that municipal governments can make sure that the implementation of this is done smoothly and seamlessly. And then concerning costs, as we said before, I don't think we have to be scared. Smartphones 20 years ago didn't have a camera. And now we can't imagine a smartphone without one. Containers 20 years ago were what they were, and now we have these new smart containers that have all these systems and all these communication capabilities. And as Luis said, they are here to stay. And what is true as well is that, well, we'll need some time to adjust. We're going to be living complicated times, but one has to be realistic. I mean, just try and make it, well, not dramatic if possible. Yeah, I wanted to add that as well as the implementation of locking processes, and we're talking of 5 to 10 years. A number are implemented and others will be. So yes, we will attain goals. But in technology, there's a very interesting process, which is the digitization of all urban services. Now everything becomes digital, yes? And this allows one to know what is going on in real time and make decisions in a more efficient manner. So this digitization and this additional layer of control means as well the possibility of moving towards transparency and to tell citizens about the real cost of things, to make sure that people know where they can go. So that would be making citizens more responsible, because as they have more generation, they can react better. Yes, we talked about the tele-identification and the locking. An important part of all this is to communicate, not only communicate results and what is being done, but also what can happen. Yes, so it's not only as to that, but also as to citizens knowing what to do. And throughout time, then technology is promoting this digitization and this co-responsibility, because it's sharing information. And that means that we're not only going to be efficient in the service, but there's also a sharing of responsibility. Well, yes, answering the question directly as a technician and as part of the administration, 5 years is nothing. 5 years for waste management is nothing at all, taking into account the terms of the administration to make any decision regarding budgets, tender processes, and now, well, they don't give you anything at all, not even in the same year in which you make the offer for the tender. So I don't want to be pessimistic, but in 5 years, if you've not already advanced plenty on the project, you're not going to be doing anything at all. I mean, in our case, the Navarra 2012-2016 plan had certain limits for organic waste, and now we have this second part that's for 2027. And yeah, well, we'll have 5 years by the time this is resolved, but we can't guarantee success because it's difficult. Things move slowly with the administrations, and yeah, okay, there's technology and systems, but that always requires a first pilot stage. We've learned like this. You have to test it. I mean, we learned it with waste collection. And we decided, you don't just decide and finish, but you have to experiment, you have to try things out, because typically nothing works the same everywhere. So you need some testing, you need monitoring, supervising, and those projects. You can't just decide and say, we'll stay with this. No way, no. And you can't say, I want to buy this that's been so successful next door. No. And all that makes things even slower. The 10-year horizon, I think, is more realistic, and there, yes, one might attain part of the goals defined. The audience now has the floor. Although the moderator is not using the microphone, so unfortunately we cannot translate his remarks. Sorry. So many systems of waste collection and others. I mean, now it's just not the case any longer that one community, one city has one system. No way. To be efficient, we've got to go to the summation of different systems, yes? And so then, who knows? We might have door-to-door with chip. I don't know. Or let's open a Q&A session, right? I mean, there must be systems that complement each other, and that we must optimize selective collection, definitely. So, if there are no remarks, we give the floor to the audience. I'm sure you have questions. As Angel said, what's good is for municipal governments to know what they want. At our agency, we do say that every municipality in Catalonia has to have a local plan for prevention, for waste prevention and management. And it has to be not only short-term, but mid and long-term too. It can't be that every new municipal team devises a new plan. Quite the contrary, because as has been mentioned, tender processes are very long, 3 or 4 years minimum to prepare. And there might be some legal problem because, as we know, it's not always plain sailing. And so, well, after that, one has to continue. Those are interesting challenges. So improvising is not the concept to follow. One has to have a clear political vision and know what guidelines to follow. Questions from the audience? Yes, to my right. Thank you. The microphone is essential for translation. Thank you. Okay, I'll repeat. Yeah, in the municipalities where this has been detected, have you seen an increase in vandalism, and in what percentage? Well, we've not had much at all. I mean, this is funny, but it's the truth. We had a broken solar panel that was stolen. We've had 2 people stealing a lock, but really anecdotal. What I did observe was in a municipality there was this installation, this equipment of a competitor, and somebody during the weekend cut the cables of all the containers that were linked in 2 neighborhoods, so they cut up to 50 or 60. But that's the most extreme case of vandalism I've ever seen. It's not really something that's a great concern. As to solar panels, no, because I mean they only useful for that. I mean, and they also very well fitted in, and the rest has no market value, so people leave it alone. Well, let's see what happens when we start deploying the projects that we've been working on in other areas of the country, but it's not really something that we're worried about. Can you hear me? Yeah. In our case, yes. In some pilot testing phase, we had certain vandalism during the first month and a half. We had problems because people did not accept the system. It wasn't really that they came to steal the solar panels or break the locks, but directly because they were against the system itself, and they wanted to break it or not make it work. Yes, it was simply they were expressing their dissatisfaction, the lack of acceptance. So as I said before, instead of just dropping the bag on the floor, well, they decide to take metal rods and just break what they find. So that means that the maintenance cost is pretty hefty. That's why I was saying before that it's quite important, first of all, that we work on communication campaigns addressed to citizens. It's what Angel was saying. People have to understand the reason why. It's not really to say we closing this because we're going to close it, or we're controlling just for the pleasure of control. No. We have a 2030 goal. We want to recycle X% of the waste generated, and people should have that very clear. They should know precisely when we're going to put the system in place, and right from the beginning it's important not to have a closed container. Some cities have decided, for example, to implement a user identification system with open containers, and this first phase will go on for months in time, even up to 1 year, and we will have a container out there on the street with an ID system, any one of the ones we're mentioning, but the container is open. What do we achieve by this? Well, the citizen learns and stops. Well, not like before. Rather, he goes downstairs and he actually drops the waste, and then he kind of uses the card. Why? Because in the future he or she knows that the container will be closed. So it's a good idea for people to get used to the system. Maybe Angel has something to add. In our pilot testing stage, for 3 years, we've had no vandals. Nobody wants to force a container to put the rubbish inside. It's much easier to leave the rubbish outside, right? Or in other containers. I've not said our project is only access control to the organic and the remainder containers. I mean, frankly, it's easier to just drop the bag and leave if you don't want to collaborate. I mean, it's not really breaking the containers that's the problem. Technology is not something that you can place on the market, really, so there's no value. And, and in order to open those containers, it's much better to do so with a card, much more than breaking the containers. And that goes against them. if they did, because then the municipal government would be policing that much more. In 3 years, we've had no vandalism at all. Well, I don't totally agree with that. I mean, leaving containers open for a long time, I don't know if that is useful. I somehow don't think so. On the basis of experience, I'll tell you that during those times that are short, yes, okay, for people to get used to the container, okay, that's all very well. But people don't use their smartphone or their card if the container is open. That's not interesting for them. So what's very important is that when you go for the implementation of one of these systems, first of all, you have to have your goals very clear. But secondly, you have to be determined and you have to be very patient. The determination is there, meaning this is here to stay. And second, well, you have to be patient and very patient, because at the beginning there'll be quite a high rate of incidences occurring. You might have problems at the beginning, but you have to be very constant in your effort, because at the end of the day you get the results. People learn and they do it slowly. But citizens have to perceive that the will of the administration is there, and it's not going to change. If, as a public administration, we change the system and then we leave it open and then we close it and then we change again, citizens are going to lose the perception that that is there to stay and that they'll have to comply. Well, I think that the model might be evolutionary, okay, where, yes, first you identify and then you have ID access. Well, at the beginning, maybe. And nowadays, it would be good to begin with a container closed from the beginning. But we do need citizens to get used to this, and that's much more difficult at the beginning. So obviously, at the beginning, it's important to know how to accompany the process. I mean, especially the 2 or 3 first months are very delicate. But after that time, if the service is good and the accompanying is good and it works, the acceptance is good too, as happens in any kind of change. Well, we identified more problems in the first 3 months, definitely, yes. First 2-3 months after implementation. You get all kinds of reactions. I mean, people sometimes do open the containers and there might be some person that's against them and then opens them. But honestly, we identify that there's a greater intensity in the first month's deployment. I mean, later on it gets much better. Yeah, the study that we carried out jointly, let me tell you, the vandalized containers are always the same ones. Out of a sample of 100 containers out on the streets, there are 5 containers, or 5 or 6, that are, well, vandalized repeatedly. I don't know, by people that don't accept it. This repeated vandalism has to be prevented because, of course, the cost is pretty high. I mean, it works out expensive sometimes, and this has to be prevented. So you know where the angry lawyer lives then, yes. Look, everything has 2 effects. I mean, vandalism, yeah, because it means that now we've improved on the product. It's true. I'm remembering a case now. I mean, you had to have this anti-stress system to not to let people jump on the pedal or even the lock, and this has been solved. If you hadn't had that vandalism, well, then we wouldn't have learned. Yeah, but I mean, we do carry out mechanical testing, yeah? I mean, because a container is just somewhere to collect waste and for people to chuck waste into. But to have vandalism testing is crazy. I mean, and now, yeah, you get most of the ideas from the streets. I mean, there's a man who's invented a system to get the lock to jump out. I mean, when you break a lock that might cost 200 to 300 euro, that is a pretty substantial cost. Yes, there's another question. Please go ahead. Your microphone, yes, for the translation. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Concerning the experience of some of the companies, those of us who work on waste collection, is that if something in a container can be vandalized, it will be vandalized. And our experience up to date is that it depends very much on the neighborhoods. Not so much a higher incidence because of the type of neighborhood. No, rather the contrary. It's quite surprising. I mean, areas that theoretically are highly civilized, you get vandalism. So it depends very much on the type of container. I mean, now I'm going to be complimenting somebody here, but I mean, now the icon container makes things much easier. It's more difficult to vandalize. It's not as accessible. But that's not my question. My question is for Sylvia. Listen, it seems that with the container locks, especially with the lock of the remainder fraction container, we're going to be improving very much, and part of the work that the others will not be necessary any longer. I'm asking in an ironical way. So honestly, we're moving with residue. It's between 8%, and in those plants that work properly, it's 12% maximum of using materials received. And maybe do we think that technology is going to allow for a quick and qualitative evolution? I would say rather it won't, or it will be less necessary. Pigvisa can devote its time to other things because this will not be a problem any longer. So it can work on something else. When we talk about increasing recycling and the quality of the product, well, then we can get levels of detection that right now we are experimenting with. In fact, we're still in the phase of separating the materials that come mixed to us. And if in the remainder fraction we don't have certain problems, well, then we will definitely be able to go and devote our time to separating waste according to brand, or to implement a detection which is increasingly more accurate and that can generate new business as well for the product recycling plants. That is, I don't think that technology is ever going to stop being necessary, but rather it will respond or meet or give solutions to other problems.
Good afternoon. I wanted to ask those that have the locks for containers, have you noticed an improvement locking only organic, or the same is true for general garbage? Well, obviously, by locking one or two or more of the containers is based on what you are trying to achieve. If you're locking the organic to control the people that use it, and if you close the others, it's to control it, but also to make it difficult for some. The control allows you to interact, it allows you to open them some days and lock them others. In the pilot program, we had two very different neighborhoods, and in one of them, the general was opened every day and not in another. So if you separate properly, then it won't be a problem of not being able to take out a bag of organic once a week or every 2 weeks. So why should I close all the rest? Well, it's to make it difficult to use that container. We don't know if in the future we will have to close the one for plastics and paper, because it's not a perfect system. So if you don't get everyone involved, you're going to have adverse effects, such as people leaving the bags in the parks or on the corners or in front of the containers, or putting them in other containers, which would continue. It would increase the rate of those improper or the improper waste found in them. Good afternoon. My question is, if with the door-to-door system, which I believe is the best system to recover, are we still reaching the levels that we want when we when we involve people in that recovery? What rates, what percentages of people would you expect to reach? What quotas of involved citizens? Sorry, he's speaking without a microphone, so we can't hear the question or his comment. And now, well, door to door, sorry. So he's basically saying without citizen awareness, these things don't happen by miracle. It takes work to get them to happen. But I don't have a microphone, so. Well, when we talk about with closed containers, we haven't invented anything new. We're behind. It costs 150 per ton. So in Europe, the municipalities have made sure that they've introduced the technology. But we're only cost 25 a ton. Then it's hard for these ladies and gentlemen to sell anything. So we have to hopefully by 2035 reach all of those levels. There are more questions? Waiting for the microphone to reach the gentleman. Once you have the container full of 50 bags, and what do you send letters to the 50 neighbors to tell them that something was done wrong, or what exactly do you do? I guess it depends on that structure, and we need a technology that would allow us to identify the bag with an infrared or somehow close. It's hard to close that loop in the case of anonymity. Well, I think that this question goes beyond what it is that we are able to answer. If you allow me, we are beginning to see there are certain technicians that are looking towards that system of identifying the bag so that we can know, if necessary, who has, done that uncivic act of leaving it outside. But there is technology for that so that we know who those bags belong to. But as far as I know, it's not been applied anywhere. No one has been brave enough or had the will to apply that. And then now, usually those problems occur at the same container, so we can filter the information until you can get down to more or less who's doing it improperly. Since we have the data of the users, we have the data of the hours. Well, what some of our customers do is they establish a time schedule and they see what's there, and then they detect with more or less an hour's difference who has done this uncivic act, and they can communicate with that person or do whatever they think. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish here. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your questions, and we carry on with more activities. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before you stand up, just as our last bit of information for housekeeping, we had told you that this afternoon we would be seeing the film Shame, or Vergüenza. This is the one that was shown this morning as the different participants arrived. So please know that from now the film, it will be From Trash to Treasures, and after that we will repeat the film Vergüenza. Have I made that clear? So, and then you are free to leave. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you very much. So with
music.